South Dakota radio scene. But he has more than earned his retirement. And I know that he will relish getting to spend more time with his wife Cheryl, herself just recently retired from an amazing 43 years with Farm Credit Services of America, and with his sons and their wives and his 6 grandchildren. Jerry, congratulations on an incredible and award-winning career, and enjoy some well-deserved rest. Mr. President, last August, mere days after he had signed a bill that would supposedly reduce the deficit by $238 billion, President Biden announced a student loan giveaway that is set to cost taxpayers nearly $1 trillion over the next decade. In a presidency distinguished by bad economic decisions, this was a particularly notable one. There are 2 main parts to the president's scheme. There's the outright forgiveness of $10,000 in federal student debt, or $20,000 for Pell Grant recipients, which is set to cost American taxpayers somewhere in the neighborhood of $500 billion. And then there's the president's radical revamp of the income-driven repayment system, which will bring total cost for the president's plan to somewhere close to $1 trillion. Now, Mr. President, there are a number of obvious problems with the president's plan for forgiving student debt. I say forgiving student debt, but it's more like transforming the cost of student debt, or I should say transferring the cost of student debt from the relatively small percentage of taxpayers in this country with student debt to American taxpayers as a whole. It's something of a slap in the face to Americans who chose more affordable college options or worked their way through school to avoid taking on student loans, or whose parents scrimped and saved to put them through college. It's also a slap in the face to members of the military who signed up to serve this country and earned GI Bill benefits to help with tuition or training. Not to mention that negating this popular benefit could drag down recruitment and retention. And of course, it's deeply unfair to ask the many Americans who worked hard to pay off their loans or who never pursued college in the first place to take on the burden of student debt for individuals who took out loans for college or graduate school and agreed to pay them back. And let's remember, Mr. President, we're asking taxpayers at large to foot the bill for student loan cancellation for Americans who enjoy greater long-term earning potential than many of the Americans who will be helping to shoulder the burden for their debts. The President's student loan giveaway isn't a government handout for the needy. It's a government handout that will be disproportionately beneficial to Americans who are better off. It's ironic coming from someone who claims he wants to build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. The President's student loan giveaway is decidedly more top-down. Let's face it. And speaking of the economy, Americans continue to struggle with the effects of the Democrat-driven inflation crisis that has beset our economy for most of the President's administration. Prices are up 16% on average since the President took office, and we're nowhere near getting back to the target inflation rate of 2%. And what is the President's student loan plan almost guaranteed to do? In the words of the Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, where the President's own Treasury Secretary served on the board, the President's student loan giveaway will, and I quote, meaningfully boost inflation. Meaningfully boost inflation. Well, Mr. President, I've talked about the forgiveness part of the President's plan and how fundamentally unfair it is. But that's only half of the President's student loan giveaway. And the other half is just as problematic because it sets up a system in which the majority of federal borrowers will never fully repay their loans. The Urban Institute, a left-of-center think tank, estimates that just 22% of those with bachelor's degrees enrolled in the President's new income-driven repayment program would repay their loans in full. 22%. And many individuals would never be required to repay a penny. And who will be footing the bill for all those student loan dollars that aren't repaid? Well, you guessed it, the American taxpayers. And needless to say, the President's income-driven repayment plan will not only fail to curtail student borrowing, it will actually encourage it. If you can reasonably expect that you won't have to fully pay back your loans, you're much more likely to feel free to borrow, and to borrow liberally. And of course, neither the students, or the president's, I should say, outright student loan forgiveness, nor his forgiveness masquerading as income-driven repayment will do anything to address the problem of soaring college costs. In fact, the president's student loan giveaway is likely to make the problem worse. You only have to look at what happened when Democrats forced through their $7,500 tax credit for Americans who purchase electric vehicles. Car manufacturers, not surprisingly, raised their prices by a similar amount. Similarly, if colleges can expect that the federal government will pick up a sizable part of the tab for their students' education, they're extremely unlikely to feel any pressing need to cut costs or to stop tuition hikes. If anything, colleges might further increase tuition and fees. Mr. President, currently the outcome of the forgiveness portion of the President's student loan giveaway is unclear. The President's legal authority for this action is dubious, and his ability to unilaterally forgive student loans that has been challenged in the Supreme Court with a decision expected within weeks. And today, the Senate looks likely to pass a resolution that would block the forgiveness part of the President's proposal. Unfortunately, the President is guaranteed to veto the measure, and there are not enough Democrats in the House and Senate to be willing to override his veto. Apparently, the possibility of garnering votes from Americans with student debt is reason enough for Democrats to ignore the blatantly regressive nature of the President's student loan giveaway and the fact that it will almost unquestionably worsen the problem of rising college costs. Not to mention the fact that it will drive up inflation and balloon the deficit. Mr. President, I haven't even mentioned the third part of the President's student loan legacy, which is the COVID-era student loan repayment pause that President Biden has extended 6 times during his presidency with no reasonable justification. That pause, which has been in place for 3 years now, cost taxpayers $5 billion per month. Fortunately, this pause is guaranteed to end thanks to the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the legislation Speaker McCarthy and President Biden agreed on to raise the debt ceiling. But while the end of the pause is a victory for taxpayers, the savings that will result pale in comparison to the tremendous costs of the President's student loan giveaway. And if the Supreme Court doesn't overturn the forgiveness portion of the President's student loan giveaway, American taxpayers will be stuck with the full, nearly $1 trillion bill. It'll be one more negative economic legacy from Democrats and the Biden administration. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor to urge all of my colleagues to vote against this Republican bill that would undo President Biden's student debt relief plan and rip away relief borrowers across the country are counting on. It is hard to overstate how badly the student debt crisis has strained our borrowers and our families nationwide. And this crisis has been a drag on our whole country and our economy. It is holding people back from starting families or starting a business or buying a home or, in many cases, just making ends meet. The student debt relief President Biden announced last fall is life-changing for so many borrowers. Under his plan, tens of millions of people who are struggling with student debt will finally see their balances go down, and millions will have their debt wiped out entirely. Before Republican interests sued to deny borrowers this life-changing relief, putting President's plan on pause, over 26 million people across all 50 states had already applied for or were automatically eligible for that relief. And let's be clear, this relief is targeted to reach those who need it the most. 90% of the relief will go to borrowers earning less than $75,000 a year. That's such a big deal. I've heard from so many people across my state who were so grateful and relieved to have a glimmer of hope finally, to see a light at the end of the tunnel. And now Republicans want to snuff it out. They're trying to deny relief to borrowers in court and now here in Congress too. That's what we're voting on today. To the hardworking people in America who are counting on the student debt relief, listen up. Republicans are willing to do anything and everything to prevent you from living a life without crushing debt. And let's be clear, this Republican bill wouldn't only rip away relief borrowers who qualify under the president's plan that are counting on it. This CRA that we're going to vote on could impact the pause on loan payments and cause major problems for borrowers who have received relief through the Public Service Loan Forgiveness and Income-Driven Repayment Program. That means these Republican efforts could create the perfect storm for more than 260,000 public service workers who've already earned that relief. Borrowers who thought they were done paying their loans may have to pay more interest or additional payments. Think about that. You know who we're talking about? Nurses and teachers and firefighters, medical researchers. Seriously, these are the people who keep America going. The cold, hard reality is that if Republicans get their way and pass this into law, people across the country would have relief that they have counted on snatched away from them. Plans they made will be upended, less money in their pockets, and monthly payments not just abruptly restarted, but maybe even abruptly jacked up hundreds of dollars. That is what Republicans are voting for. It is chaos and hardship for borrowers and families across this country. Mr. President, I can't speak for everyone, but I came here to make people's lives better. I didn't come here to punish them for this broken student loan system that they got stuck with. I cannot overstate how arcane and complicated and how broken our current student loan system is. And millions of Americans find themselves unfairly bogged down with massive debt, so often through no fault of their own. Myself and all 6 brothers and sisters of mine got through college thanks to federal loans and aid programs. I know how much a difference the president's plan for debt relief will make for people. I know President Biden did the right thing here for borrowers and for our economy. This is not a handout, it is a hand up that will benefit everyone. So I urge my colleagues today to vote against this resolution that would needlessly hurt millions of hard-working Americans. And let's work together then to fix this broken debt student loan system in this country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. President,
Senator from California.
request that we suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Okay, Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the harmful CRA resolution that would cause tens of millions of hardworking Americans to see their monthly budgets get even further squeezed, making it harder to pay their bills or afford basic necessities. I rise to defend one of the largest efforts to close the racial wealth gap in our nation's history. As we debate student debt relief, it would be remarkably tone-deaf for this body to spend an entire debate on a life-changing student debt forgiveness plan without acknowledging who it is that's at the decision-making table and who's not. Most people consider this body, the United States Senate, as being deliberative. Many members take pride in this being the most deliberative body in the world. While we may be deliberative, we're clearly far from diverse, or at least far from reflecting the diversity of our great nation. Most members of this body are decades removed from when they earned their undergraduate degrees. And many are at least years, if not years and years removed from even having to sit down to plan how they would pay for their kids' college education. So before we even get into the merits of President Biden's plan to uplift millions of hardworking Americans, I urge my colleagues to step outside the Senate for a moment. Let's step outside of the Senate and step into the homes of working class and middle class families across the country who see skyrocketing rates of tuition and wonder if college just isn't for people like them anymore. Step into the family room of parents praying that scholarships might make a college degree possible for their children. Or talk to the student who is just as smart, just as hardworking as anybody else, but because of student loans and higher interest rates, see the door to higher education as closed to them. We live in a nation where the dreams of too many are determined by their parents' paycheck. And in 2023, that means working and middle-class families, with a disproportionate burden on communities of color, by the way, have to risk dangerous levels of debt just for a chance at achieving their American dream. I remember what it felt like filling out financial aid forms and facing the brutal reality that when I was looking forward to attending the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the cost of tuition alone was bigger than my dad's W-2. I was only able to make it through because of Pell Grants, scholarships, work study, and yes, student loans, which took years to pay off. So I know the real weight of student debt. And I also know what it's like to start thinking ahead to prepare my own son's college education. As it turns out, President Biden's plan is not just good for everybody. I mentioned earlier that it's part of helping address the racial wealth gap in America. One statistic alone, his plan would mean almost half of Latino borrowers would see their entire debt forgiven. That's not just liberating, that's a wise investment for all of us. The increased relief for Pell Grants as part of the plan would uplift communities of color and cut into the racial wealth gap in America. Two more statistics that are worth noting. Almost 71% of Black undergraduate borrowers and 65% of Latino students receive this grant. The president's plan will mean that a generation of students would be able to begin their careers and build a life without the weight of student debt holding them back. In California alone, it would bring relief to over 3.5 million eligible borrowers, an undeniable boost to our economy and to families throughout the state. Let me underscore something else about this CRA. It's not just about what it threatens prospectively. If this program is overturned, if this resolution were to pass, 43 million federal student loan borrowers would have to pay back months of payments and interest that had been relieved, forcing Americans into delinquency or worse, default. Republicans seem determined to prevent relief to tens of millions of Americans, despite the fact that 90% of the relief would go to those earning less than $75,000 a year. In one fell swoop, it would cause unthinkable confusion and chaos for federal student loan borrowers and make clear that once again, Republicans view the American dream as a premium and higher education as a luxury only for the wealthiest, only for those who can afford it. I refuse to accept that fate. And I urge my colleagues to see the real cost of today's CRA on working families. I assure you that the real impact won't fall on the wealthy families. It will be the working families in California and across the country whose lives will be fundamentally altered should we fail them today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, this is an historic day in the annals of the United States Senate because we are faced with a critical vote as to whether we can pass the bipartisan compromise on spending or default on our debt for the first time in history, whether we will fail as a nation for the first time ever to pay our bills. There's a strange construction in the law where we can vote in the Senate and in the House for spending, send it to the President who signs it into law, go back to our states and districts and announce in press conferences that we have millions of dollars coming home, federal dollars back home to our states and districts, and take credit for it, and then not face the reality that the money that we've appropriated actually adds to our national debt. The debt ceiling is the mortgage of the United States, which needs to be expanded as we spend money. So we reached a point where we had a deadline, first June 1st, now June 5th, of doing something in Congress to extend the nation's mortgage or default on that mortgage and debts for the first time in history. There was a ferocious negotiation that went on for weeks. It was precipitated by the threat of one person on Capitol Hill, Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who said, "I'm willing to risk defaulting on America's debt." All the other leaders, including the Republican leader in the Senate and the Democratic leader, said that is unthinkable. We would pay a price for that for generations to come. The reputation of the United States, the value of the United States dollar would be in danger because of such a careless and reckless act. So a negotiation was underway for the last few weeks. An agreement was reached to Speaker McCarthy's satisfaction, and it passed the United States House of Representatives yesterday. Now it's our turn in the Senate. We've taken a look at this agreement. First, let me say the premise is this: defaulting on our national debt is unacceptable, unthinkable. We cannot let it occur. So as painful as some of the decisions that will come from this agreement reach, they are virtually at this point inevitable to avoid default on our debt. There's one I want to zero in on because it means so much to everyone in this nation. And most people don't realize that it's been part of the debate and negotiation in this compromise. And that is the question of America's commitment to medical research. The National Institutes of Health is the preeminent medical research institution in the world. In the world. When it comes to discovering cures for diseases, new medications, it's the National Institutes of Health and the Food and Drug Administration which are charged with that responsibility, and we lead the world in research. I'm such a fan of this agency that I could speak for a long time about what they're doing. But suffice it to say that if you or a member of your family have a diagnosis from a doctor that scares you to death, one of your first questions is, "Doctor, is there anything we can do? Is there a medicine? Is there a surgery? Is there anything we can do?" Some of us have asked that question, and we pray that the answer is yes, and we pray that it leads us back to the NIH and all the work that they put in. So here's what we face with the budget agreement that passed the House, now headed to the Senate. We asked the experts on the budget to tell us what's going to happen to the budget of the National Institutes of Health, the preeminent medical research agency in the world, as a result of Speaker McCarthy's demand that we cut spending. What will happen is this. We face this prospect almost with certainty. We're going to see a cut in the NIH spending for the first time in 10 years. For 10 years, we have consistently increased research funds, and they paid off. Finding that vaccine for COVID as quickly as we did was no accident. It was planned through medical research, and it saved so many thousands of lives here in the United States and beyond. So here we face, for the first time in 10 years, a cut in the budget of the National Institutes of Health. How much of a cut? At least $500 million. $500 million. And I stepped back and I thought to myself, you mean we're going to cut medical research? That was Speaker McCarthy's idea of fiscal conservatism? That to me is mindless. It may have some political goal in mind, and I don't know what it might be. But to cut that makes no sense. And let me suggest, if my colleagues want to cut wasteful spending in federal government, and there is plenty of it, I know one obvious place to start. This projected cut of $500 million happens to match almost exactly the amount of money we waste each year maintaining an offshore military prison that only serves to violate our fundamental values and undermine the rule of law. You probably know what I'm referring to, Guantanamo. In the 21 years since Guantanamo first opened, American taxpayers have wasted more than $7 billion on that facility. $7 billion. This $7 billion monument to bureaucracy and failed policy costs us $500 million a year to maintain now. The same amount we're cutting from medical research to maintain Guantanamo. So you say to yourself, well, if it keeps us safe, it's worth it. How many detainees are being held by the United States of America today at the Guantanamo facility? 30. 30 for $500 million a year. That's almost $17 million per year per prisoner. Florence, Colorado has the maximum security prison for the United States of America. To maintain those prisoners in that maximum security facility is around $30,000 a year. When it comes to Guantanamo, maintaining a facility for 30 of these detainees is costing us $17 million per detainee. Do you know who called that a crazy idea? None other than former President Donald Trump. Now, for what great purpose are American taxpayers paying more than $500 million every year to keep Guantanamo open? Is it to keep America safe? To detain convicted terrorists and threats to America? Guess again, because right now 16 of the 30 remaining detainees, more than half of them, have already been approved for release. That means we are wasting hundreds of millions of dollars every year to detain men who should have already been released. What's more, there are 10 other detainees who are still awaiting trials in the facility's dysfunctional military commission. How can we possibly explain to the world, let alone to our own citizens, that we have detained people for over 20 years and never charged them with a crime? The The trial against 5 men charged in relation to 9/11 has not even begun, more than 2 decades since the attack on the United States. And those who followed the military commissions the closest can tell you, these trials, let alone any convictions that might come down on appeal, are nowhere in sight. There's not even a plan. Former Bush administration Solicitor General Ted Olson has a special level of expertise and interest in this issue. Ted Olson was chosen by the Bush administration to argue their cases before the Supreme Court. He's a respected lawyer in Washington, D.C. Sadly, on 9/11/2001, Ted Olson's wife died when a plane crashed into the Pentagon. She was a passenger. So he has a special interest in this matter and a special level of expertise. Here's what he wrote about the idea of trials by military commissions of detainees at Guantanamo. He said they were, quote, doomed from the start. He's calling for the Biden administration to negotiate guilty pleas with all the 9/11 defendants. To state the obvious, we are failing the victims of 9/11 and their families by continuing the Guantanamo charade. These military commissions, which was supposed to be the court of law trying the detainees, have not and are unlikely to ever deliver justice. In December of 2021, I chaired a hearing in the Senate Judiciary Committee on Guantanamo. One of our witnesses was Colleen Kelly, a nurse practitioner from the Bronx, mother of 3. She testified about losing her younger brother Bill on 9/11. He was in the North Tower when the first plane crashed. Colleen described the pain of waiting almost 20 years after Bill's death, year after year after year, for something to happen. In March, I received a letter from a young woman named Layla Murphy. She was 3 years old when her father, Brian, died on 9/11. For nearly 22 years, Layla Murphy has waited for trial that has never come. In her letter to me, she pleaded with our government to bring this process to an end by securing guilty pleas from the defendants in the 9/11 cases. Layla, Colleen, and Ted Olson are not alone in calling on the Biden administration to finally deliver a shred of justice to the victims of 9/11 and their loved ones through guilty pleas. Just last week, Layla and several of the children and grandchildren of victims who died on 9/11 wrote to the president. Here's what they said. They implored him to salvage whatever justice can still be had for the parents and grandparents we lost. Do not let this drag on any longer, these survivors begged. The signers of that letter included 3 daughters of New York firefighter Douglas Miller. He was among the more than 340 firefighters in New York who were killed when the towers collapsed. If you've seen the programs dedicated to these men and women, you cannot forget the bravery that they demonstrated that day. At the time of Mr. Miller's death, his daughters were just children. His firstborn, Elizabeth, was 7, Rachel was 6, Katie was 4. He and his wife Lori, had been sweethearts since high school. In their letter, Mr. Miller's daughters and other signers expressed how hopeful they felt last year when the 9/11 prosecution team began negotiations to finally obtain guilty pleas from the defendants. They considered it a breakthrough that would finally bring closure, that would finally provide answers they'd sought for more than 20 years. But their hopes were crushed when the prosecution team recently indicated they are now going to start to open pretrial litigation again. That was devastating news for these children, like Mr. Miller's daughters. In their letter, they wrote, "The thought of going back to endless courtroom proceedings when more than 10 years of litigation did not lead to trial is painful. Returning to pretrial purgatory will not deliver justice to the loved ones that lost, the people that they cared for so much. The only way to do this is by securing guilty pleas in the 9/11 cases. And let's be honest, this will not be the full measure of justice these families deserve. Sadly, this is no longer possible because these families were robbed of true justice when the administration at the time decided to torture and abuse detainees in our nation's custody and throw them into an untested legal black hole rather than trusting America's time-honored system of justice. As Ted Olson wrote a few months ago, and I quote, Nothing will bring back the thousands whose lives were so cruelly taken that September day, but we must face reality and bring this process to an end. The American legal system must move on by closing the book on military commissions and secure guilty pleas. The Biden administration must complete the interagency process to review the terms of the plea deals without further delay. Securing guilty pleas from the detainees who have been charged with a crime will bring us one step closer to ending this shameful chapter of Guantanamo. These men will then serve out their sentences, some for the rest of their lives. And when it comes to the detainees who have not been charged, they should be released. That means the State Department must find countries who will take the 16 men for the approved transfer. It's not an easy assignment, but it's one that is inevitable. The United States is a nation of laws. When we indefinitely detain people who have never been charged with a crime and who have been deemed safe to release, we are betraying our own basic constitutional values. And autocrats abroad point to the history of abuse and detention without charge or trial to justify their own human rights abuses. If you want to stand for liberty and the rule of law, be honest with the American people. Guantanamo Bay is a blight on our national conscience, and it has been for a long period of time. It is time for us to accept the reality. It is not only a waste, tremendous waste of taxpayers' dollars, but it is an injustice that must end. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today in opposition to a cruel and misguided attack on millions of student loan borrowers in New Jersey and across the country. Now, I understand that some of my colleagues are intent on overturning President Biden's signature policies, no matter the cost or the consequence. But to overturn his landmark student debt relief program just to score political points, to force borrowers to pay back their loans with interest and stick it to the administration, well, that to me is just cruelty for the sake of cruelty. How else can you describe a proposal that would strip away one of the most important economic lifelines borrowers have relied on? Other than cruel, what else can you call a resolution that rips away benefits for up to 43 million Americans who stand to benefit from President Biden's relief plan? Now, I remind my colleagues that the pause on student loan repayments has saved borrowers an average of over $233 per month, an amount that is particularly crucial for our nation's teachers, nurses, police officers, and firefighters who rely on the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. For a moment, I'd like to focus on the impact this resolution has on them, because for these public service employees, $233 can mean the difference between making it to the end of the month or not. Make no mistake, repealing this relief especially hurts public sector workers all across the country, the very people who go to work every day to care for us, protect us, educate our kids, and keep us safe. Is this body really trying to claw back benefits from thousands of everyday heroes in our communities? Is this really what my colleagues set out to do? For years, the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program has enjoyed bipartisan support because it's essential to the promise of America. After all, if you take out loans in support of an education for a career benefiting others, then you deserve to see your balance forgiven after 120 payments or 10 years as outlined under the law. For many individuals, the economic challenges of COVID and the reforms that occurred as a result were the first time that they were able to enjoy the program's benefits. This harmful proposal erases that progress and once again imposes the burden of debt on hardworking teachers, nurses, police officers, and firefighters. This proposal is a slap in the face to them and to their shot at the American dream. Full stop. It's a slap in the face for public service loan forgiveness borrowers and for the full universe of Americans who stand to benefit from student loan relief, which is why I encourage all of my colleagues to ask themselves, is this vote, this misguided proposal, the kind of message you feel proud to send? When the history books are written about this moment in time, do you want to stand on the side of the 43 million Americans who have played by the rules and stand to benefit from long overdue student loan forgiveness? Or do you want to stand on the side of those who punish hardworking Americans for trying to get ahead? That, to me, is the stark moral decision that is before this chamber. With your vote, you can choose to support the borrowers you represent by rejecting this plan, or you can blindside them, rolling back nearly 8 months of interest benefits they've earned and deserve. In no uncertain terms, this resolution increases the yoke of student loan debt and sets up borrowers to fail. That is not something that I want to vote for, and it is not something that any member of this chamber should want to vote for. I urge my colleagues to vote no. And with that, Mr. President, I observe the absence of a quorum.
Call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
From South Carolina.
Thank you.
The Senate is on a quorum call.
I ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you. Senator Cotton will be here in a second. So a group of us are going to speak about this budget deal. And if you believe that the number one job of the federal government is to defend this nation, then we have made a serious mistake in this bill. I've heard House leaders suggest this bill fully funds the military. For that to be true, you'd have to believe that the military is okay if you cut their budget $42 billion below inflation. The party of Ronald Reagan would never allow inflation to reduce defense capabilities. This bill, the top line number, locks in less ships for the Navy at a time China is going to expand dramatically. In 24 and 25, we're going to cap spending at a level that we cannot expand the Navy. And in the same period of time, China's going to go from 310 ships over a 10-year period to 440. Less money for the Marines, less money for the Army, less ships for the Navy at a time of great conflict. Not a penny in this bill to help Ukraine defeat Putin. They're going on the offensive as I speak, and we need to send a clear message to Putin that when it comes to your invasion of Ukraine, we're going to support the Ukrainians to ensure your loss. If we don't do that, then we're going to snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory. Senator Cotton I'm going to yield to him. He has a time problem. But we're going to take some time here to explain to you why those of us who believe that the number one job of the federal government to defend the nation, that concept has been abandoned, and that we are going to insist and fight until we find a way to rectify some of this harm. Okay? With that, I'll yield to my good friend from Mississippi.
And I can assure my friend from South Carolina that when Senator Cotton reaches the floor, I'll yield to him because he is time constrained. What I want to say, Mr. President, is what I've been saying all along this year since the Biden budget came out. The world is in the most dangerous situation we've seen since World War II. And this Biden budget, which is now enshrined in this debt ceiling bill, is woefully inadequate. It amounts to a cut in defense capability. It sounds like an increase. You can call it an increase, but inflation is running at 7%. And so we'll have to increase defense spending by that much simply to keep up with what we did last year. And we would have to increase by several billions more in order to give us the capability that we need to prevent war in the Pacific. And so I just have to say that the fact that this is being called a victory by some people on our side of the aisle is absolutely inaccurate. Pundits around the country had called this budget amount inadequate. And now, for some reason, because it's part of an agreement that the Speaker has made, it's being applauded. The numbers don't lie. And I'll tell you this, I'll say this to my friends. We've got 3 or 4 years to get ready for the time when Xi Jinping, the dictator, president for life in communist China, says he wants to be ready for a war against the United States, a war to take over the island of Taiwan. The decisions we make today can be implemented if we have the resolve to do them by 2027. But we need to make those decisions this year. We don't need to put them off next year, and we certainly don't need to say we're going to go with the Biden cuts in readiness and do 1% more next year. That is woefully inadequate. And let me say this before I yield to my friend from Alaska. It's easy to hide in the budget. One sentence, and then I'll yield to my friend from Arkansas. It's easy to hide inadequacies in a defense budget. People still get their Social Security checks. They still get their paychecks. When it comes home to roost for us, it's when a conflict breaks out. We weren't ready for World War II. And when the flag went up and we were in a war, suddenly we were way, way behind. We were ready under President Reagan, and we had peace under President Reagan. When we are ready, we have the ability to avoid conflict. And this budget simply does not do that. And I'll be happy at this point. I'll tell you, I will yield the floor and let my friend from Arkansas seek recognition.
Mr. President, after weeks of negotiating with an obstinate and capricious president, the House of Representatives passed legislation yesterday raising the debt ceiling and establishing budget caps for the next 2 years. Both Democrats and Republicans compromised in these negotiations, and like every piece of compromise legislation, there are good parts and bad parts of this bill. I want to commend Speaker McCarthy for a number of common-sense victories. This bill improves the environmental review process for infrastructure projects. It cuts funding for President Biden's army of IRS agents and saves American taxpayers tens of billions of dollars by clawing back unused COVID funds. Now, the bill doesn't go as far as I might like. It reduces domestic spending to last year's levels, which is better than even more spending and taxes, as the Democrats proposed. But I think domestic spending could return to pre-pandemic levels. COVID emergency legislation was just that, an emergency, compelled by Chinese communist lies. It shouldn't reset the federal government's budget in perpetuity. But again, I sympathize with the Speaker's constraints of a small House majority and negotiating with the Democratic Party that seems to prioritize welfare for grown men who won't work over our military. And as I noted, there are some victories in this bill, and it prevents a default. Unfortunately, this bill poses a mortal risk to our national security by cutting our defense budget, which I cannot support, as grave dangers gather on the horizon. The bill's supporters contend that it raises defense spending by 3.2% compared to last year, and that's true at face value. But inflation was 6% last year. When you get a 3% raise, but prices go up by 6%, even a small child could tell you that your money won't go as far, and your family will have to tighten its belt. And it gets worse next year, when the defense budget will grow by only 1%. Who thinks Joe Biden will get inflation to pre-pandemic levels? And even if he did, inflation would grow at least twice as fast as the defense budget, causing even more real cuts to defense. Worst of all, this bill contains an automatic 1% sequester based off last year's budget. That means that domestic spending will go up and defense spending will go down if the sequester kicks in. Let me repeat that. If the sequester takes effect, Democrats will get more welfare spending while defense gets cut. Who thinks the Democratic leader will be dissatisfied with this result? More to the point, who thinks he won't use the threat of sequester to extort even higher levels of welfare spending? These three provisions, a cut this year in real dollars, a worse cut in real dollars for 2025, and the automatic sequester based on last year's spending bills, conspire to threaten devastating cuts to the defense budget at a time we can least afford it. The bipartisan National Defense Strategy Commission report recommends a real increase to defense spending of between 3% and 5% annually over inflation. This bill would cut real spending by more than 5% in 2 years, effectively slashing tens of billions of dollars from defense. How bad is this defense gap? If we continued our recent bipartisan custom of increasing the defense budget from President Biden's irresponsible budget proposals, we could afford 4 additional Ford-class aircraft carriers, 500 F-35 fighter jets, more than 91,000 Stinger missiles, or 500,000 Javelin anti-tank missiles, all vital to our defense and to the defenses of Ukraine and Taiwan. And while we surrender our lead and erode our military edge, our enemies are catching up. Last year, Russia increased its real military spending over inflation by 1%. China increased its real spending by over 6%. And Iran increased its real spending by over 8%. The United States reduced our real spending by over 3%. And this bill, as I've said, would only make matters worse. For years, Washington has gotten defense spending backwards. The budget shouldn't shape our defense needs. Indeed, it cannot shape our defense needs. Our defense needs have to shape our budget. China doesn't become less aggressive, or Russia less revanchist, or Iran less extreme because our military has shrunk. In fact, the opposite is true. They grow more ambitious and dangerous. The defense budget should rise and fall with the dangers confronting our nation. And I do not believe those dangers are receding. Who here believes the world is safer or more stable than it was a year ago or 2 years ago? On the contrary, America is in greater danger than at any time in my life. Iran is rushing towards a nuclear bomb. Russia has unleashed the largest European invasion since the Second World War. And China is plotting the conquest of Taiwan. Our military stockpiles are depleted, and our defense supply chains are broken or strained. At the same time, our border defenses have effectively collapsed, and cartel members, criminal aliens, possibly even terrorists are pouring into our country. We need a military to match this perilous moment. After all, protecting the safety and security of our people is our first and most fundamental responsibility. We cannot shortchange the military today without grave risks tomorrow. The weapons we buy this year will be the ones we field in 2027, the time by which China will be at its greatest relative strength compared with the United States, and when war is most likely. I know that holding firm on defense priorities isn't always easy, and as I said, there are parts of this bill that I support, but I cannot support the bill because it does not adequately fund our military given the threats we face. Supporters of the bill contend that the situation isn't as bad as I make it out to be, but their arguments don't hold up under scrutiny. Some have claimed that we could still get more defense funding through a supplemental bill or some other backdoor funding mechanism, but these same hollow promises were made when Congress passed the Budget Control Act of 2011, which devastated our military under President Obama. I ran for the Senate in part to reverse that disaster, and I won't vote for a new disaster with the same promises. And as I've explained, the sequester in this bill actually produces more domestic spending than the bill's core provisions, which encourages irresponsible Democrats to trigger sequester. Others have claimed that we can find efficiencies in the Pentagon to make up the difference. I don't disagree that there's fat to trim in some places in our military, but no serious person thinks that it's enough to make up for tens of billions of dollars in cuts. Moreover, this claim assumes that the Biden administration will put our readiness ahead of social engineering. Color me skeptical on that one when they start looking for efficiencies. Still, other supporters have shrugged and deployed the commonly used but rarely persuasive argument that the bill may be bad, but there's no alternative, and it's too late anyway. But it was and it remains our job to craft an alternative. We hear a lot that things that add votes to these big bills get in, and things that subtract votes don't. Again, we know from recent experience with the last 2 National Defense Authorization Acts that a higher defense number gets nearly 400 votes in the House and more than 80 votes in the Senate. The first thing that should have been settled in these negotiations was a larger defense budget. Democrats have no argument against that recent history. It's indisputable that increases to Joe Biden's defense budgets garner large bipartisan majorities in the House and the Senate. So why wasn't it the first thing settled? I don't know. But the result is that a Congress with a Republican House and a Democratic Senate has now produced a defense budget worse in real terms than either defense budget produced by a unified Democratic Congress. I cannot vote for that curious result. And if it takes a short-term increase in the debt ceiling to go back to the drawing board, so be it. Before we vote, I would also ask all my fellow senators a simple question. Do you feel more safe or less safe than you did a year ago? If you feel more safe, by all means, vote to slash our defense budget. But if not, and in your heart of hearts you know you don't, join me in demanding that we do what it takes to protect our nation. I yield the floor.
Senator from South Carolina.
I just want to compliment Senator Cotton for reminding us what the job in Congress is to defend the nation, and the odd outcome here is at a time of growing conflict, we're reducing the Navy. There are 296 ships in the Navy today. Under this budget, by 2025, there'll be 286. If we continue with the Biden budget, there'll be 290. The Chinese Navy today is 340. By 2025, they'll have 400. By 2030, they'll have 440. This budget locks in a smaller U.S. Navy at a time the Chinese Navy is growing dramatically. There's not a penny in this budget to help beat Putin. The Navy is smaller, the Army is smaller, the Marine Corps is smaller. This is not a threat-based budget. This is a budget of political compromise where people have lost sight of what the country needs. We need safety and security. To my House colleagues, I can't believe you did this. To the Speaker, I know you got a tough job. I like you, but the party of Ronald Reagan is dying. Don't tell me that a defense budget that's $42 billion below inflation fully funds the military. Don't tell me that we can confront and challenge China. Everybody in this body is patting themselves on the back that we see China as the most existential threat to America. You are right. We did the CHIPS Act. We're doing things to help our economy combat China. At the moment of decision, when it came to the military, this budget is a win for China. Please don't go home and say this is fully funded, because it is not. Please stop talking about confronting China when you're dismantling the American Navy. How does this end? Senator Cotton's right. We'll be here to Tuesday until I get commitments that we're going to rectify some of these problems. The ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Susan Collins, has been steadfastly in the camp of fiscal responsibility and national security. This deal has taken the Appropriations Committee out of the game. The CR, which kicks in, cuts defense and increases non-defense, making it really hard for me to believe that we're actually going to do our appropriations job. So what I want to do, I want a commitment from the leaders of this body that we're not pulling the plug on Ukraine. There's not a penny in this bill for future efforts to help Ukraine defeat Russia, and they're going to gain on the battlefield in the coming days. And it's just not about Ukraine. I want a commitment that we'll have a supplemental to make us better able to deal with China. I want a commitment that we're not going to weaken our position in the Mideast. There's a report out today that Iran is planning to attack our troops in Syria to drive us out. We're expending weapons that need to be replenished. Our military is weakening by the day. This budget that we're about to pass makes every problem worse. I want to end the war in Ukraine by defeating Putin. If you don't, he keeps going, and we're going to have a conflict between NATO and Russia, and our troops will be involved. And if you don't send a clear signal now, China will see this as an opportunity to leap into Taiwan. So to the members of this body, we're staying here as long as it takes to get some commitment that we're going to reverse this debacle sooner rather than later. With that, I'll yield to my good friend from Alaska.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, remarks before the vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I think my colleagues are making the really important point of the national security implications of the bill that we're looking at voting on. And I agree with what my colleagues have already said. Speaker McCarthy had a difficult job. I think there's a lot in this debt agreement that's important, that's positive. But the one thing we are not doing here, and by the way, Mr. President, it's the most important thing we do as U.S. senators, is have a strategy for the national defense of our nation during an incredibly dangerous time globally. We're not doing that. We need a strategy. Already, my good friend from South Carolina mentioned some ideas. I'm going to touch on those. But, Mr. President, let's just reiterate. You sit on the Armed Services Committee, many of us do. We get witness after witness, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Secretary of Defense, saying this is the most dangerous time since any period in history since World War II. That's the consensus. Not a lot of people would disagree with that. Authoritarian dictators with immense appetite for conquest are on the march. And yet, what does this budget agreement do? It cuts defense spending significantly, as already mentioned. Now, some people will say, well, look at the top line. We've never had a higher top line, $800+ billion. Mr. President, as you know, the actual real measure of how serious we are as a country isn't the top line because of inflation over the years. It's hard to compare. The real measure of how serious we are in terms of what we're putting towards defense, the number one priority of the U.S. Congress, should be, in my view, is what percentage of our national wealth we're dedicating to defense. And this budget will take us in the next 2 years, with the cut this year, inflation-adjusted cut of 4 to 5%, and a nominal increase next year of 1%, which would be about a 5 to 6% cut, it will take us below the 3% of GDP number for defense for the first time since 1999, during the peace dividend era of the Clinton administration. So we will be below 3% of GDP. You look at different periods of American history, the Korean War, we're about almost 15%, Vietnam, 8%, Cold War, Reagan buildup, almost 6%, Iraq, Afghanistan, War on Terror, 4.5%. We're going to be going below 3%. Hasn't happened since 1999, and before that, it's almost never happened. In the history of the country, at least in the 20th century. And Mr. President, here's the most important point. In 1999, the threats to our nation weren't nearly as dramatic and serious as they are today. And nobody disagrees with that. So what this budget does is just accepts the Biden defense budget, which, as Senator Graham has already mentioned, shrinks the Army, shrinks the Navy, shrinks the Marine Corps. That's what it does. Lesser ships, not more ships. Smaller number of soldiers and Marines, not more. So accepting the Biden defense budget is actually something new during the Biden administration. What do I mean by that, Mr. President? As Senator Cotton mentioned, the last two previous Biden budgets came in anemic numbers and in a bipartisan way, strong bipartisan way, by the way, Democrats and Republicans significantly plussed up those budget numbers. Last year, a $45 billion increase to the weak Biden budget on the Armed Services Committee that every single senator on the committee voted for except one. About as bipartisan as you can get. The year before, it was a $25 billion plus up. And, Mr. President, as many people know, we were already discussing in a bipartisan way on the Armed Services Committee another significant plus-up to this Biden budget. So Democrats and Republicans knew it was weak and not sufficient to meet the challenges of today. But what happened? The music stopped. And now all of a sudden we're accepting the Biden budget. I know Democrat senators who think that is wrong. They think that is wrong. So, one amendment I'm going to offer as we're debating this, Mr. President, is to do something very simple. It's to look at the Biden Pentagon's priority list, their unfunded priority list, that this president and his Secretary of Defense put forward. It's $18 billion, which the Armed Services Committee, in a bipartisan way, was already getting ready to agree to move forward and fund. And I'm going to ask my colleagues, let's fund it. At a minimum, let's fund it. We're not going to bust out of the top line of this agreement. We'll just take that $18.4 billion and move it from the $80 billion IRS account and put it to the Pentagon. Pretty simple. Should be 100 to 0. Do we want more Navy ships, more Marines, or more IRS agents during this very dangerous time? I think the answer is pretty clear. I think the American people know the answer. So, Mr. President, Senator Cotton already mentioned this idea the speakers talked about. We need more efficiencies in the Pentagon. I couldn't agree more. By the way, the Navy leadership right now, we need a lot more efficiencies out of that place. You have a Navy secretary who's more focused on getting his climate plan out before his shipbuilding plan. The priorities in the Department of the Navy right now are remarkably misaligned with real-world challenges. And what are those real-world challenges? Mr. President, I think you were there. We had a brief from some of our top intelligence agency officials, and they came out. It was a classified briefing, but I asked them if this number was classified. They told me no. They came out and said the real Chinese budget in terms of military is probably close to about $700 billion. That's a big budget. And as Senator Cotton mentioned, they are increasing in real terms 6%, 7%, 8%. Cranking out ships, cranking out fifth-generation aircraft. And we're going to cut the budget this year and dramatically cut it next year and go under 3% of GDP at one of the most dangerous times since the end of World War II. As Senator Cotton also mentioned, the National Defense Commission that the Congress authorized a number of years ago to look at the serious national security threats facing our country came back to the Armed Services Committee 2 years ago and said, what we need to do to address these serious national security challenges from China, from Russia, from Iran, is have 3 to 5% real GDP or real growth on the defense budget. That was broadly accepted by Democrats and Republicans. As a matter of fact, I think one of the members of that National Security Commission is now the Deputy Secretary of Defense in the Biden administration. But we're not even close. We're going backwards. And Senator Graham's point about a supplemental, to get Leader Schumer, the president, to say we are going to have a supplemental for deterring authoritarian aggression is going to be critical. And I would say, Mr. President, the vast majority of my colleagues here, Democrat and Republicans, would support that. We need a serious, robust defense budget to deter war. If the young men and women who volunteer to serve in our military are asked to go fight a war, we need a strong budget so that they can come home victorious, not coming home in body bags. This is deadly serious business. We're not putting enough attention to it. It's one of the #1 things in the U.S. Constitution that we need to provide for the common defense, to raise and support an army, provide and maintain a navy. That's our job. And, Mr. President, we're not doing it. With this budget, this rush budget, we need to get serious, and hopefully in the next few days we can do that as we debate this agreement. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask unanimous consent that I be recognized to speak for up to 10 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleagues today have all had the same concern, and that is that while we recognize the need to address the debt limit that our country is now up against, we also recognize that the defense of our country is a critical and necessary part of our responsibility as well. The concern that many of us have is that the proposal right now, in order to raise the debt limit, is that part of it has a series of conditions with regards to what happens to the dollars that it takes to actually defend our country for the next 2 years. We want to be able to raise the debt limit. We recognize that. But we also have to address the need for the defense of our country. And why should, as a part of the negotiation, why should we be required to look at a reduction in the amount of dollars necessary for our young men and women to be able to defend our country? And yet, within the provisions of this bill, there is a reduction of up to 1% of the existing budget if we don't do an appropriations process. And yet, in order to do the appropriations process, we have to have 12 separate bills. The 12 separate bills all have to be passed. Now, the United States Senate is not known for necessarily doing anything on time. And yet, here we come up to the end of the fiscal year in October, and we haven't seen appropriation bills on the floor yet. What we need to be able to do, rather than to have a 1% reduction in defense, is have an agreement that we will at least allow the appropriation bills to come from the Appropriations Committee, come to the floor of the Senate, so that we can address them, up or down, with the appropriate amendments on them, but to have a full discussion and to do it in a timely fashion. So number one, let's address the debt limit, but let's not penalize our ability to defend our country, or perhaps more appropriately to say, let's not limit the ability of our young men and women in uniform to defend our country. My colleagues have done a great job of explaining what happens here if we don't do our job correctly with regard to this particular bill. Number one, if we go to a continuing resolution, our defense budget goes down. But number two, under the provisions of this bill, the non-defense portions of this budget could actually go up. And so there's an incentive, an unfair incentive built into this to spend more on domestic programs and to spend less to defend our country, which is our primary responsibility. How do we fix it at this late stage of the game? Number one, there are supplementals that are absolutely necessary. We have aggressive authoritarians throughout the world that are right now looking to see whether or not we are prepared to support our allies and those individuals who are on the front lines, specifically in Ukraine, specifically looking as well in the South Pacific, and looking at Taiwan and doing our best to turn Taiwan into a porcupine, making it much less of a possibility that China will invade Taiwan. But the other piece of this, along with that, is that we have to do an appropriations process where we actually get a chance to look at the defense bill and our other appropriations bills in a timely fashion, so that we do not have a continuing resolution in which the defense of our country loses ground, making it more vulnerable, or our country more vulnerable, and a more challenging job for the young men and women who wear the uniform of this country. With that, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues who have laid out some great numbers for all of us and who clearly have laid out a path forward, a commitment by leadership that the appropriations process be completed in a timely fashion, and that there is a recognition that supplemental funding will be necessary to confront aggressive authoritarians throughout the world. And with that, excuse me, Mr. President, with that, I yield the floor. Note the absent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think
Senator from South.
I'll be recognized for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
And I will yield my time. Our next speaker is the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, and I just want to let one thing before she speaks. The Navy's Chief of Naval Operations said we need 373 ships manned, 150 unmanned platforms to deal with the threats we face around the world. We have 296 today. Under this budget deal, we go to 286 by 2025. What does it take to get to 373? The CNO of the Navy said to get 373 ships, you got to spend 5% above inflation for a sustained period of time. This bill is 2% below inflation. So we're undercutting the ability of the Navy to build the ships we need to defend America. With that, I'll recognize Senator Collins.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President. Mr. President, shortly the Senate will consider the debt ceiling package that passed the House last night by a strong vote. I commend the Speaker for his hard work and his negotiations to prevent what would be a disastrous default with catastrophic consequences for our economy, for people who rely on important government programs, for America's standing in the world. Nevertheless, Mr. President, there are two issues in this package that are very problematic. First, as you have heard from my colleagues, is the completely inadequate top-line number for our national defense. Second is a harmful provision that would go into effect if any one of the 12 appropriations bills has not been signed into law. It would trigger an automatic MEDAX indiscriminate across-the-board cut in our already inadequate defense budget and in the domestic discretionary automatically if, in fact, all 12 appropriations bills have not been passed. Now, let me address both of those issues and offer to my colleagues what I believe are solutions. First, the inadequacy of the defense budget. As my colleagues have very well described, the defense budget submitted by President Biden and included in this as the top line in this package is insufficient to the task of fully implementing the national defense strategy at a time when we face serious and growing threats around the world. As my friend and colleague from South Carolina and Alaska and others have already described, this budget request would actually shrink the size of our Navy. We would end up with a fleet of 291 ships. That is 6 ships fewer than today's fleet of 297 ships. And it is further away from the Chief of Naval Operations requirement which is informed by scenarios involving China, for example. Meanwhile, what is China doing? China has the largest navy in the world now, and it is growing to 400 ships in the next 2 years. The story's very similar if you look at the Air Force tactical aircraft. So we have a real problem. Let me give you another example. It's an example that all of us can relate to who fill our cars with gas or seek to heat our homes. This budget request falls woefully short in funding the fuel costs of our military. The Government Accountability Office says that DOD's fuel costs are likely to be 20% higher than the amount of money that is included in the President's budget. Mr. President, I asked the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, what the result would be. And he says it very clearly. It would translate into 20% fewer flying hours and steaming days, which would harm our military's training and readiness. So that's a very concrete area where the President's budget is clearly not going to be adequate. Second, Mr. President, is the harmful provision with the automatic 1% cut across the board. Well, think about this if you are the Secretary of Defense. Let's say the Department of Defense appropriations bill is signed into law before the start of the fiscal year in October, as I hope that it will be and am working hard. Doesn't matter. Let's say the Ledge Branch appropriations bill isn't signed into law by January 1st of next year. An order goes out that has to be implemented by April 30th, which would cut every account across the board by 1%. How does that make sense? Think how harmful that would be. How in the world is the military going to enter into contracts if it doesn't know what its budget is going to be, despite the fact that its appropriations bill has been signed into law, but because of this threat hanging over the department? So what do? I don't want to see our country default for the first time in history. I do believe that would have catastrophic consequences. But we need to fix these problems. Well, the first problem of an inadequate defense budget could be addressed and remedied by having an emergency defense supplemental. That is what we need to do. That is what I would ask the administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to commit to, because we know that this budget is not adequate to the global threats that we face. We know that it does nothing to deter Russian aggression in Ukraine. We know that it's not adequate to the challenge that we face from China. An emergency supplemental must be coming our way to remedy the first problem. What should we do about the second problem? The threat of this 1% indiscriminate MEDAX cut across the board. We need to pass each and every one of the 12 appropriations bills on time before the start of the fiscal year. And in order to do that, I am working very hard with the chair of the committee, Senator Murray. But we need a commitment from the Senate Majority Leader that he will provide us with floor time. We will do our utmost to get every single one of the 12 appropriations bills marked up and reported out of the Appropriations Committee. But then I am asking the Senate leader, Majority Leader, to commit to bringing each of those bills to the Senate floor, either singly or individually or as minibuses, as we used to do, where we would pair a couple of the bills together. But it's essential, and I would implore the Democratic leader to provide the commitment that he will bring each of the appropriations bills to the Senate floor so that we can avoid the threat of this indiscriminate, across-the-board cut. So, Mr. President, I believe that that is the path forward for us. An emergency defense supplemental to make up for the woefully inadequate budget that has been submitted by this administration for the Department of Defense, for our national security. And second, to prevent the 1% cut from ever being triggered, a commitment that all of the appropriations bills will be brought on time to the Senate floor. Then it seems to me we can proceed with this package and avoid a catastrophic default for our country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator for South Carolina.
Thank you. I want to echo what Senator Collins just suggested. How do you begin to turn this debacle around? You admit you got a problem. It's pretty hard to quit drinking if you don't admit you got a drinking problem. So what she's suggesting is that we acknowledge the obvious, that this bill on the defense side is inadequate to the threats we face. That a bill that funds the Pentagon below inflation at a time of great threat is not fully funding. That she is trying to get us to wake up to the reality that if we don't speak about defeating Putin now, then the Ukrainians who are on the offense will be undercut. I'll never let this happen again as long as I'm here, to let people negotiate behind closed doors and not tell me what they're doing on defense. I blame myself for not being more involved and more active, because in my wildest dreams, I never believed that the Republican Party would take the Biden budget that they've attacked for a year and celebrate it as fully funding. I know who I'm dealing with now. Here's what Reagan told the Russians: trust but verify. I will never, ever trust again, because you got an R behind your name, that you're going to be the party of Ronald Reagan. You have to prove that to me. So as we go forward, the game will change. Why is she asking this to be done? If we don't commit to an orderly appropriations process, it gets worse for the Defense Department. The people who wrote this bill, I would not let you buy me a car. The provisions of sequestration, for lack of a better word, the continuing resolution, if we don't do our legislative business, increases non-defense spending, decreases defense spending. I thought we were Republicans. Who came up with that great idea? The top line is inadequate. The CR is devastating. And what bothers me the most is that we would put the Department of Defense in this position. We're playing with the men and women's lives in the military, their ability to defend themselves, as some chess game in Washington. Well, this is checkers at best. The fact that you would punish the military because we can't do our job as politicians is a pretty sad moment for me. But people in this body, on my side of the aisle, have drafted a bill that would punish the military even more if we fail to do our basic job. That cannot be the way of the future. So I will insist, or we'll be here to Tuesday, and I'll make a amendment to avoid default for 90 days, ever how many days it takes to get this right. I don't want us to default on the debt, but we're not leaving town until we find a way to stop some of this madness. So you're not going to be able to blame me for default, because I'm ready to raise the debt ceiling right now for 90 days, no strings attached, to give us a chance to stop this insane approach to national security. I'm supposed to talk to President of Ukraine this afternoon. I'd like to be able to tell him something. Oh, by the way, you've done a hell of a job with the money we've given you. Not one soldier has died. The weapons used by Ukraine has punished the Russians' military. They're weakened and bloodied. They're about to take back territory. He's wondering, well, what does this mean for the future? I want to try to be able to tell him I've got an assurance from this body, we're not going to leave you hanging. It is in our interest to beat Putin. I don't like war any more than anybody else. But if Putin gets away with invading Ukraine, there goes Taiwan. And if you don't get that, you're just out of touch. They have a chance to evict Russia from Ukrainian territory. They need more military help, not American soldiers. If Putin loses, it's a deterrence for China. If Putin doesn't lose, he'll keep grabbing territory until we have a war between Russia and NATO. This is a big, big, big deal. Iran is coming up with a plan, apparently, to drive us out of the Mideast. I mean, that just came out today. China is building, as Senator Collins said, they're going from 340 ships to 440 ships by 2030. We're going from 296 to 290. That can't be the response to China. You cannot say with a straight face that this military budget is a counter to Chinese aggression, that it adequately allows us to defeat Putin. You cannot say with a straight face that this budget represents the threats America faces. A military budget should be based on threats, not political deals to avoid default. Nobody wants to default. We're not going to default. But I'm tired of having default hanging over my head as a reason to neuter the military at a time we need it the most. To the American public, you would suffer if we defaulted. I get it. If this budget is the end of the discussion and we don't fix it, your sons and daughters are going to have more war, not less. You're going to send a signal to all the bad guys that we're all talk. And what you will be doing is putting the world on a course of sustained conflict rather than deterrence. The last time people did this was in the 30s. They wanted to believe that Hitler wasn't serious about killing all the Jews, that he only wanted some land, that he really didn't want to take over the world. He wrote a book, and nobody believed him. The Iranian Ayatollah speaks every day, I will destroy the state of Israel, that we're infidels and he's going to drive us out of the region. China openly confronts our planes, 400 feet yesterday. They're testing us every day. Bottom line, folks, we're not leaving until we get a path to fix this problem. Susan Collins, my good friend from Senator Collins from Maine, gave us that path. If you want to go home, fix it. I yield.
Under the previous order, the joint resolution is considered read a third time. The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. There's been a request for the yeas and nays. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered, and the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun. Yes. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, I got you, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Braun, Collins, Cornyn, Cruz, Graham, Haggerty, Lee, Paul, Sinema, Sullivan, and Vance. Senators voting in the negative: Hassan, King, Murphy, Murray, Schatz, Schumer, Stabenow, and Whitehouse. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Boozman, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Warnock, No. Mr. Mullen? Aye. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye.
Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Rono, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye.
No.
Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford. Aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 46, and the joint resolution is passed.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to Calendar 84, H.R. 3746.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 84, H.R. 3746, an act to provide for a responsible increase to the debt ceiling.
I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, as we all know by now, yesterday evening the House passed a bipartisan bill to lift the debt limit and begin the process of reining in our nation's unchecked spending habit. From the time the U.S. reached the debt ceiling in January, it was clear that a compromise bill would be the only way to avoid a full-blown economic crisis, which is what would happen if we were not to raise the debt ceiling. With the Democrat-led Senate and a Republican-led House and a Democrat in the White House, bipartisanship was and is a necessity. Now, Republicans, for our part, were clear that any increase in the debt ceiling must come with spending reforms. Otherwise, it would be like you maxing out your credit card and then asking to raise the credit limit so you could borrow more money without having an adult conversation about how are you going to pay the money back. Now, in the real world, that is what would happen. You'd have to have that conversation or there would be no increase in your credit card limit. But only in Washington, only in the nation's capital, would it be even argued that you could raise the debt limit without talking about spending reforms. And what's happened is our national debt has ballooned now to more than $31.4 trillion. That is a number that I doubt that anybody here in the chamber could tell us how many zeros follow that 31.4. And the American people are clearly unhappy with what they see as happening here when it comes to out-of-control spending. A recent poll found that 60% of adults think that government spends too much. And they're right. They're frustrated by the unnecessary and wasteful spending, and they're eager for Congress to do the reasonable, rational thing, which is to begin to get our financial house in order. That's precisely what Republicans demanded throughout this process, necessary fiscal reforms as part of the debt ceiling negotiation. But instead of stepping up, doing his job, acting responsibly, President Biden took a very different approach. He said, I refuse to negotiate. This is the President of the United States with $31.4 trillion in debt. He says, I refuse to negotiate. He went on to say that only a clean debt ceiling increase was an option, and he refused to engage in negotiations altogether. It's helpful to remember that it was in January where we actually hit the debt ceiling, and what's happened since then is the Treasury Secretary has engaged in what's euphemistically called extraordinary measures in order to pay the bills as the money comes in through tax revenue. But now she's told us that the X date, which presumably is the default date after extraordinary measures are exhausted, it would be June the 5th. That's Monday. That's Monday. So the president's known since January that this day would come. He's refused to negotiate, and he's led us into this scenario where, unless Congress acts by June the 5th, we will breach the debt limit and begin to default on paying our bills as a nation. Now, I don't have to remind anybody that inflation, as a result of some of the profligate spending habits of the previous Congress, particularly on our Democratic friends' side, they were happy to spend roughly $2.3 trillion last year on strictly party-line spending votes. But you put enough gasoline on the fire and inflation is going to spiral out of control. That's exactly what has happened As a consequence, two things have happened. One is that hardworking American families have found their standard of living reduced because they simply can't afford to keep up with the increase in costs as a result of inflation. The second thing that happened is that in order to try to deal with this hidden tax, the Federal Reserve's had to raise interest rates, which has slowed down the economy even more. Why in the world would President Biden, as a responsible public official, refuse to negotiate when he knows that the anxiety associated with hitting this X date on Monday is causing even more uncertainty, even more trepidation, even more anxiety over exactly what the future is going to look like? Why would he risk that? So President Biden stuck to his no negotiations, no reforms position for literally months, even though it was painfully obvious that a bipartisan deal was the only way to avoid a further economic crisis. I want to pause for a moment to commend the Speaker of the House, Speaker McCarthy, for his leadership throughout this process. Without a negotiating partner, he did everything in his power and within the power of the House of Representatives to move this process forward. He stood strong behind the need for fiscal reforms and led the House in passing the Limit, Save, Grow, and Grow Act. He lured President Biden to the negotiating table, and he successfully moved a compromise bill through the House. But I think the backstory about Speaker McCarthy's leadership is that President Biden didn't dream in a million years, after the difficult race for Speaker that we saw in January, that Speaker McCarthy would be able to unify Republicans in the House of Representatives and actually pass a bill that raised the debt ceiling. That's what the Limit, Save, Grow Act was. And I think President Biden was shocked that he was able to get that done. And I congratulate him for it. It changed the whole dynamics of this negotiation. But now that the House has acted, the ball is in our court. This chamber will soon vote on the McCarthy-Biden agreement. And now is the time for the Senate to do its job. Our job is not simply to accept or to rubber stamp what the House passed. That's never been the case. We weren't a party to the agreement. Why should we be bound by the strict terms of that agreement? The Senate has not had a say in the process so far, and it's led to serious frustration on both sides of the aisle. This bill didn't go through regular order. In other words, it didn't go through a committee. Members didn't have the opportunity to weigh in or shape the legislation at that level or even the final text. Given the time constraints wholly created by President Biden's delay and refusal to negotiate, this rushed process was completely unavoidable. We didn't have to get on the precipice of a default in order to act. If President Biden had done his job and responsibly engaged in the negotiations that he finally did engage in at an earlier point, months earlier. So the president dragged his feet for several months, leaving the narrowest possible window to reach a deal and avoid a further crisis. This is not how this should have played out. But that doesn't mean that our hands are tied behind our backs here in the Senate. The Senate's not required, as I said, to rubber stamp the House bill. We have the opportunity to amend this legislation and make it better. I share the concerns expressed by the ranking member of the Senate Appropriations Committee, the senator from Maine, senator from South Carolina, Senator Graham, Senator Sullivan, the senator from Alaska, and Senator Cotton, I believe, has also spoken on that publicly. that the defense number in this agreement is simply inadequate. And it's completely unacceptable to leave in the hands of Senator Schumer, the majority leader, whether or not we actually pass appropriations bills this year, because if we don't, under the terms of the McCarthy-Biden agreement, then we go back into a sequestration with a 1% cut across the board. Now, that may not sound like a lot, but our country is facing more national security threats than we ever have before, whether it's the challenge in Europe with Russia's unjustified invasion of Ukraine, whether it's the aspirations of the Ayatollah in Iran to build nuclear weapons, whether it's Kim Jong-un in North Korea, or Vladimir Putin, or President Xi. It's easy to see that the threats are not diminishing. They are getting more and more serious, which means that a sequestration of the Defense Department spending by automatic operation of law is unacceptable. So senators on both sides want amendments. Members want to make changes to try to improve the bill. And as I said, the Senate should not be cut out of the process due to President Biden's foot dragging. We still have time before the January the 5th deadline, and the Senate could move through the amendment process fairly quickly. We could do it today. We have ample time to vote on amendments and send an amended version back to the House for final passage. And I might add, there's no reason for the majority leader to block amendment votes. Senators deserve an opportunity to vote on amendments, and I hope the majority leader will not stand in the way of those senators on both sides of the aisle who want to offer amendments and then receive up or down votes. This bill does include some very positive developments, beginning to rein in our nation's spending habits, but it's not a magic pill to cure the federal government's chronic financial troubles. America's $31.4 trillion debt developed over the course of decades. So it's unreasonable to expect we're going to turn that around with the passage of one bill, but we can start, and we should start. And we know the pandemic accelerated these problems. We spent a lot of money necessarily on a bipartisan basis to try to deal with the public health crisis and the economic consequences of the pandemic. But then, as I said, at President Biden's request, our Democratic colleagues abused the rules of the Senate to go on two partisan spending sprees. First came the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan, followed by the $700 billion so-called Inflation Reduction Act. That's $2.6 trillion more, which gets us up to the $31.4 trillion today. But then they use that money to do everything from fund a supersized IRS to taxpayer-provided subsidies for rich people to buy electric vehicles. So I'm glad that the Speaker was successful, in addition to beginning the long process of beginning to bend the curve when it comes to reckless spending. I'm glad the Speaker was able to agree with the White House to claw back some of that money, including $27 billion in unspent COVID funds, and to redirect a reported $20 billion in IRS funding to other priorities. The Congressional Budget Office estimates this bill will reduce federal spending by $1.5 trillion over the next decade, which is a strong start to fight to right America's financial ship. So, as I said, this bill is the beginning of that fight. It's not the end, and I know many of us, including this senator, would like for us to be able to do more. But the fact of the matter is, one bill cannot erase decades of financial troubles. We need to build on the progress made in this legislation in the months and years to come. And of course, the best way to do that is at election time, because it matters who wins elections. It matters who's in the majority. It matters who controls a body of Congress and the White House. But the next big battle will be in the Senate and House Appropriations Committees. As we know, every year the committees are charged with writing 12 separate bills to fund the various components of the federal government. The process of drafting those bills is designed to involve public hearings, committee votes, and rigorous debate. It gives every member of the Appropriations Committee opportunities to shape the individual spending bills and address America's spending habits. And once it gets voted out of committee, then all 100 senators should have that opportunity to shape and improve the legislation. Once these bills are completed, they're supposed to pass both chambers and be signed into law by September the 30th every year. But that didn't happen in 2021 or 2022. The Democratic Senate Majority Leader refused to allow us to pass a single appropriation bill last year, forcing us into the ugly process of considering and passing an omnibus appropriation bill. That's not the way this is supposed to be done. Congress cannot continue to operate like this with bloated budgets, last-minute spending bills, backroom negotiations. That is no way to gain the public's trust or to run the federal government. We need to return to a transparent and regular process where every elected member of Congress has the opportunity to participate in budgeting and deciding what the appropriate expenditure of taxpayer dollars should be. So we've known this date was coming since January. President Biden put us in this difficult situation by wasting valuable time, and he has pushed us to the brink of default. Now, thanks to his delay tactics, the Senate's preparing to vote on a bill that no member of this body had a hand in writing. Given the time crunch, this truncated process was a necessary evil, but it cannot be the norm. We need to return to the processes that were designed to promote smart and responsible spending. Hearings, committee votes, and public debate are absolutely critical. For today, senators deserve the opportunity to amend this bill, and as I said, to make it better if they can. But all of our colleagues have a right to have a say in this process, and I urge the Majority Leader to allow that process to go forward with the up or down amendment votes. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. Quorum call?
We are.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that that quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I want to spend a few minutes here on the Senate floor discussing the debt ceiling agreement reached between the Republican majority in the House and the Biden White House, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the bill that presumably we will be further debating, perhaps amending, and voting on yet today or tomorrow. I fully recognize that governing in a divided government is a challenging amount of work. The American people have given us that circumstance. This circumstance requires negotiation, finding common ground. Otherwise, we can do nothing. Unfortunately, President Biden, for way too long, he refused to negotiate with House Republicans, refused for months to negotiate with House Republicans, I suppose in an effort to intimidate Republicans and pass an unaltered debt ceiling increase. This would have opened the door for more Democratic majority spending, in fact, spending even more money with perhaps no, certainly fewer strings attached. Fortunately, that tactic did not work, and the House Republicans acted to pass their own debt limit legislation. Without a realistic plan, a plan that could pass the Congress, the Biden administration finally conceded and negotiated with House Republicans to create a deal, the deal that's before us now. My view, defaulting on the national debt would send a message that we are a nation that cannot be trusted to pay our bills. A default would be highly dangerous to our national security and to our currency and to our economy. China and other countries, those countries that are on the fence in today's world, they're watching. They're watching how the American government operates. They want to diminish our role in the world. China would love for our standing in the world to be damaged due to default, for the United States and its economy to be in chaos. It is vital to our economy and to our national security that we do not default and that we preserve the U.S. dollar as the primary currency, the reserve currency, not the yen or any other country's currency. The implications of what happens here today in regard to default has a consequence upon our national well-being vis-a-vis the rest of the world, and most importantly, determines the relationship we have with other countries and the role that China is able to further play in the world order. China and these countries that are on the fence are watching. It's time, it's vital to our economy and national security that we do not default and that we preserve that dollar. The Fiscal Responsibility Act isn't the legislation that I personally would introduce. It does not sufficiently cap long-term discretionary spending. It continues to tie our defense budget to spending less than the rate of inflation. And it fails to address reforms needed to mandatory programs. But it does accomplish key conservative priorities that will benefit America and help put our nation on a better path toward fiscal responsibility. Reckless spending, in addition to the debt ceiling issue, reckless spending can be also the demise of our country's well-being. And endless deficit spending will eliminate the American dream for many Americans, and the American dream is seen by the rest of the world. As a fiscal conservative, the federal government must spend less, must grow its spending less rapidly, must set limits on our appetite, and must stop wasteful spending. Our nation has had a spending problem for the last several decades, probably even longer than that. It used to be that everyone understood that deficit spending was a damaging thing to the economy. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, perhaps the first progressive president, understood that the World War II had to be paid for. It was a given that we paid our bills with nearly current revenue. It seems over time that many, particularly in my view, in the Democratic Party, decided that deficit spending was not that much of a problem. And I worry that too often Republicans want to look the other way as well. We accelerated that spending during COVID, perhaps with the uncertainty of what COVID meant to us. Government spending rose rapidly, and we spent too much money. But Congress was slow, even as COVID returned to the rearview mirror. We were too slow to turn off that COVID spending spigot. Coupled with reckless tax and spending sprees driven by the Biden administration, out-of-control spending has led to record high inflation. Inflation is like a tax on every American and is damaging to the poorest among us. Here in Congress, we talk about spending in terms of millions and billions, sometimes even trillions. But folks back home in Kansas talk about spending in dollars and cents. And for everyday Americans, those dollars add up, make it harder to buy the groceries, to pay the rent, or to put gas in their vehicles. We see it every day in our family, and I hear about it from everyday Kansans all the time. Reducing inflation requires reductions to spending. It is the cause of inflation is when we spend more than we have to spend and we borrow money, pumping more federal spending, government spending into the economy. However, we need to fulfill the most important responsibility to the federal government, and that is to protect and defend our nation and to keep our promises to those who served in the military that defends us. My colleagues and I on the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs have consistently said we would provide the VA with the funding it needs to provide care and services to the men and women who've served our nation. I've heard it said many times here in the Senate and elsewhere that it's too easy for us to go to war and never easy enough for us to pay for the bills for those who sacrificed so much during war. The debt ceiling deal delivers on our commitment to support veterans. The deal also secures the full funding of the toxic exposed veterans that was authorized by the just recently passed PACT Act. In regard to government waste, this legislation will slow the rate of spending and recoup unspent funding, starting with COVID funds to the tune of billions of dollars. The pandemic is basically behind us, and there is no reason for us to keep spending under the rubric, under the title of COVID relief funding. Additionally, this legislation will cut significant funding to the Biden administration's plan to hire thousands of additional IRS agents. I'm an appropriator, and I've long been an advocate for what we around here call regular order, what folks back home would just call doing your job. I've been an advocate for us passing. The way this process is supposed to work is we have a budget that outlines how much money we can spend, what the revenues are to pay for it, and then we divide that money that we're going to spend in discretionary spending up among 12 bills that the Appropriations Committee and ultimately the Senate and the House and the President then have something to say about. I've been an advocate for passing those separate 12 bills. We haven't done that very well many times. For far too long, we've relied on continuing resolutions and massive omnibus packages to fund our government. Those omnibus packages allow for a small group of members of Congress to make major decisions for the rest of us. It adds to the uncertainty of what's in a bill when it's such a massive piece of legislation, and it creates, rightfully so, cynicism among my constituents about what's in there and did you read the bill. These measures, the way we do it, the way we have done it in the past, are not good government, and they lead to the ease of additional spending. It becomes too easy to add something to such a massive bill. This legislation would encourage Congress to do its job by passing 12 separate appropriation bills or face automatic caps on spending. I hope the outcome of whatever happens on this piece of legislation, I hope the outcome with the leadership of the Appropriations Committee that we have today means that we're going to do 12 separate bills, each with the scrutiny of an Appropriations Subcommittee and the opportunity for amendments by all senators on the Senate floor. Working to spend less will help stop this runaway inflation, but this legislation goes a step further by stimulating the economy and protecting Americans from new taxes. Unleashing American energy is a key to reducing energy prices, stimulating our economy, and strengthening our national security. The permitting reforms included in this bill will help get energy projects approved more quickly rather than being bogged down in a set of bureaucratic regulations. Things that should take months or a few years, hopefully will be the case and not take years or decades. Raising the debt limit is not something I or any of my colleagues should take lightly. Why have a debt ceiling if it's just automatically increased every time it's met? Don't we wish that would work in our credit card bills that we receive? We have a limit on what we can spend because sometimes people, and always government, needs to be told no. We are seeing firsthand the consequence for spending outside our means, and there will continue to be more consequences. But no deal is not a solution either. This is really the clash of a bad outcome of a default and the bad outcome of more spending, more inflation, and a greater challenge to our country and its economy. No deal is not a solution. It doesn't, and defaulting, I can't see any way that that is helpful to Kansans or Americans. The American people elected a divided government. It's what we work in every day here. Democrats hold the White House and the Senate. The House Republicans deserve credit for negotiating a deal with a reluctant president and passing an agreement with reasonable caps on federal spending. This bill represents progress and is that proverbial step in the right direction. We cannot continue to borrow money we don't have and saddle future generations with the consequences. The debate cannot end here, however, with this vote. However, the outcome of this legislation, Congress, we should never have to wait for a crisis, an economic crisis, the debt ceiling, to take fiscally responsible measures. It should be part of a way of life here. Those responsible measures need to become the norm for every member of Congress and for this and every other president. Without a serious long-term plan and subsequent action to reduce spending, we'll be back in this position way too soon and will jeopardize the American dream. It threatens our children and our grandchildren's futures, as well as our nation's ability to defend itself against global threats. I always tell myself that my responsibility as a citizen of this country, not as a senator necessarily, but just as a citizen, is to do what we can do to make sure that the American dream is alive and well, the liberties and freedoms that we enjoy as Americans through the sacrifice and service of many and the wisdom of the Founding Fathers and the Constitution of the United States. Our job is to make certain those liberties and freedoms are protected for people we'll never meet, and that the American dream is alive and well for people today and their children and grandchildren. America still stands as a beacon for others around the world, and there are others who in other countries who are trying to live the American dream. They're envious of what we have, but it's fragile and it can go away. It's our responsibility to make sure that's not the case. We can't let this happen. We have to confront our threats head on. And yeah, it's easy to take a side and defend that side and advocate for that side. It's what we do here. But there are times in which it's necessary for us, for the well-being not of us as individuals or us as elected officials, but for the well-being of the country, to find a way, a path forward. And in today's environment, in today's world, it requires bipartisan cooperation and bipartisan agreement as a blueprint to develop a more fiscally responsible legislative agenda. We'll debate this bill. We'll potentially and perhaps hopefully amend this bill, but our work is cut out for us. The American people deserve us to make the decisions that protect us from our adversaries, keep the American dream alive, and make certain that our children and grandchildren and those we've never met have a brighter future. The issue before us is one of those that has a consequence in all those arenas. I'll work with my colleagues today as we move forward on this legislation to make sure that the outcome is something that advances a cause that's important to me and to the people I represent. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, years ago, talking like 15, maybe 18 years ago, I was speaking in a town in Oklahoma, and my daughter wanted to go with me, which was great. So we took off. I had reserved a hotel, and so we get there. We're going to just stay overnight, and I'm speaking somewhere the next morning. We arrive at the hotel late that evening, and when I get there and check in, I knew initially we're in trouble. You have that feel when you pull up to the hotel and you think, this may not work. Pull up, check in, but there's no one at the desk. And then it just gets harder as we get to our room. It's dark, lots of light bulbs that are out in the passageway. Get to our room to be able to check in, and actually, when I shut the door and the two of us come in, I shut the door behind us, and the crack underneath the door was so large I could physically see the patio and the balcony and everything else outside. And it was so loud because it was right next to the highway, I thought, we're in trouble. This is just not going to work. So we ended up packing everything up and just going to search and found another place and thinking, well, there's no way we'll both be able to sleep. Now, why do I tell you that silly story? Well, when we were traveling and heading there, we anticipated one thing, and then we got there and went through the details, and it ended up being different. I have to tell you, this past weekend, when I read through the 99 pages of the debt ceiling bill, I would read through a section of it, and I would get to the end of that section and be surprised at the except for at the tail end of each section. It's not what I expected when I read through the document page after page. I have to tell you, we're a nation that leads the world. We're the world's largest economy. We're to be responsible in how we handle our budgeting in the process. We're to get it right because we're the United States of America. And I've been concerned for quite a while on the trajectory of our spending and have challenged us as a nation to be able to change the trajectory of our spending because we've got to start working back to balance. We can't get to balance in a year. It's going to take a long time to get there, but we've got to get started in this process. And my frustration has been is sometimes we seem to start and then we stop again, and then we start and then we stop again. For the several years that I've been here in the United States Congress, I voted for some debt ceiling increases because they changed the trajectory. And I voted against some because they were status quo or they didn't. I had higher expectations for this one. Now, initially when it came out, it was this is going to save $2 trillion. And then it slowly got downgraded to it's going to save $1.5 trillion. And then when we read the fine print, and everyone's talking about how much it's going to save, I get to the fine print and find out actually it increases spending 3.3% next year, and the year after that it increases spending 1% again. It actually doesn't decrease spending at all. It increases spending, both this year and next year. But then it has the promise of the next 8 years after that it will only grow 1% a year after that every single year, except that's not an agreement this Congress can make. This Congress can only vote on things for this particular session of Congress. We can't commit the next Congress to actions of this Congress. Each Congress stands on its own, and everyone knows that. It sounds good to say it's going to save these trillions of dollars in the next 8 years, except each Congress will actually vote on a budget for the next 8 years, and there's no commitment from future Congresses by this one to do that. In fact, I've been here long enough to be able to see agreements be made for what a future Congress will do that didn't actually happen. And so the $1.5 trillion in savings is only a decrease of the increase of how much we were, quote unquote, planning to spend, but actually hadn't budgeted. Because as many people may know, there's not a budget set for the next year what we were going to spend. So CBO just assumed we were going to increase at least by inflation, and any amount less than inflation is suddenly savings when there was no budget that was actually set. So my first big surprise was it actually doesn't reduce spending, it actually increases spending. The next big surprise comes when I start looking at how even some of the quote-unquote savings are actually managed. There's a supplemental piece that's in this, or a piece that's set aside where it takes what they call rescissions, and I get in a bunch of gobbledygook that is tough for us to all be able to process. But there's about $22 billion that's taken out of items that were COVID spending that's not going to be spent and pulls it over into the Department of Commerce and leaves it there in the Department of Commerce amount and says, we'll decide later how to spend it. Now, I asked the obvious question, isn't this supposed to go to deficit reduction? And the answer came back, well, a few billion went to deficit reduction, but $22 billion actually went over into the Department of Commerce's budget and is being parked there, and they'll have other opportunities to be able to spend those dollars in the future. Well, that's not really a savings on the rescission. There's permitting reform in this, which I'm grateful for. Quite frankly, there's bipartisan support for permitting reform in many areas because we can't get lithium and cobalt. We can't move solar and wind power because of permitting, just like we can't move natural gas and hydrogen in CO2 because of permitting issues. We've got to do major reforms in those areas to be able to make sure that we can actually produce more energy for the future of our country. So when I saw the permitting issues in, I thought, good, we need to get started on some of these permitting issues, except when I read through it, there seems to be a lot of exceptions to it. For instance, there's a 2-year commitment to say if you're doing the more strict environmental impact statement, you've got to get it done in 2 years. Well, unless the administration declares it complex, and then they've got a lot more time. In fact, an infinite amount of time. It limits you to 150 pages for an environmental impact statement, which is good. That actually brings the paperwork down, unless the administration declares it complex, and then it's a whole lot more. It limits the number of pages even unless it's the appendix. If the administration declares actually these are to go in the appendix, then there is actually no cap, no limit for that. It also says that in this time period piece, that if you get to 2 years for the environmental impact statement, if they don't achieve that, I ask the logical question, if an administration, an agency, doesn't get it done in 2 years, what happens? The answer is, well, you have to sue the federal government and that agency to make them do it. And then it has to go through the court system, which, as this body knows, will take 2 or 3 years. And then if the court finds in their favor, then the court can then declare that the agency has another 90 days to be able to get it resolved, unless it's considered complex. And then they have unlimited time. So the permitting piece, as I read through it, I thought, why are there all these exceptions that are out there that give it an out to every single portion of it? There's a section of the bill that talks about what's called administrative pay-go. Now, this is a rule that's existed in some administrations before. Well, they will say if you're going to add a cost to America through an administrative action, you've got to look somewhere else and decrease the cost. Because by the Constitution, only this Congress can actually increase spending. That's not something the administration has the constitutional authority to do. So that's a reasonable rule. So it puts in this administrative pay-go to say if spending is going to increase based on a regulation, it has to decrease somewhere else. That sounds great until I get to the very end of it, and it literally says, unless the director of the Office of Management and Budget considers the additional spending necessary. No restrictions. If it's considered necessary, then they have an unlimited amount that they can do. And even that restriction actually goes away on January the 1st, 20 days before President Biden's term ends. So it's not even all the way through. The last 3 weeks, even that restriction goes away. And I can't figure out why suddenly it gives like 3 weeks of home base without a restriction like that, and why, if we're going to put a restriction in there, why it would end in 2 years anyway. If it's a good idea, it should be a good idea for every president, not just for this one, and why there would be suddenly an out clause in it. There's a 1% sequester that's across the board if appropriations are not done. Now, I have to tell you, I've worked with Senator Maggie Hassan on the other side of the aisle to resolve a way that we can end government shutdowns and to actually do appropriations. We should do all 12 appropriation bills. The senator who's the chairwoman of appropriations here on the floor right now, she and I have had this conversation. She's committed to doing all 12 appropriation bills. So am I. We need to bring regular order and actually go through the process. We don't all agree on everything here in the body. Welcome to America. 320 million Americans don't agree on everything. Okay, well, let's talk it all out. Let's have the debate, let's have the vote and go from there. We haven't had that ability in years now. So Senator Maggie Hassan and I have a bill dealing with ending government shutdowns and pushing us towards doing the 12 appropriation bills. That is not a bipartisan bill. Quite frankly, it's a nonpartisan bill. I don't find anyone here that doesn't want to actually give this back to regular order. So we're trying to find a logical way to be able to do it. But the way this bill sets up the sequestration to push us towards those 12 appropriation bills says that if appropriation bills are not done by April the 1st of next year, there's a 1% across the board cut that will happen in the current year's spending in the last 5 months of the year. That's a pretty big spending, except it really only hits defense. Because the way it's set up is non-defense will actually go up, and defense will actually be cut by 1% from last year's amount. What in the world? Why would it be structured that way? Number one, why do we set up a sequestration piece at all as an incentive? Number two, why would it be designed to shape where it hits defense but not non-defense in the way that it's actually set up? And number three, when there were other options like Senator Hassan and our proposal to deal with ending government shutdowns and to get to actual appropriations, why wouldn't we do something like that that's nonpartisan, that's simple and straightforward to be able to do? The student loan suspension, there's been much publicity on the right about, well, this ends the student loan suspensions, except it ends it on July the 30th, when President Biden already says he's ending it on August the 30th. In fact, CBO looked at it and said, this doesn't save any money at all because it was already going away. It doesn't really change anything. It literally moves it forward a month, but doesn't change a thing. And then there's a work requirement process, which I have to say, I'm a big believer in work requirements. Not everybody here in this body is on that. I think work is dignity. I think work encourages families, and it brings dignity to a family and an individual unlike anything else that a family can bring. I think it's great for kids to grow up in a community where the adults around them work and they set that example and they build on that. There's just a unique dignity in work. Quite frankly, some of that just comes from what I've seen, and some of that comes from my faith. Because when I look at even Scripture, there was work in the garden before the fall. Work is not a consequence of the fall. Work is a gift from God, that it gives us purpose and meaning and helps us set the next example. So anything we can do as a culture to encourage a culture of work, I think is beneficial to people and families. Now, I understand full well that those that are disabled, those that have kids, there are situations where that can't be done. Completely respect that. But in this particular bill, the incentives for work requirements has a little caveat stuck in the back of it that says all of this applies to these states, and they can't take all these waivers where they pull away work requirements. They can't do those things unless Secretary Becerra, the Secretary of HHS, declares that that state's doing good work to try anyway. No restrictions on it. It just says solely, Secretary Becerra, if he decides that, it gets waived. So as I look at the bill, I see a lot of good intentions in the bill. But I see a whole lot of exceptions. And I see a whole lot of ability for the administration to waive that, that undercuts the purpose of the bill. Quite frankly, as a Congress, I wish that we could sit down across the aisle and we could have dialogue to say, what is Congress's responsibility? What are the policies that are wise policies? And not hand authority to the White House, Republican or Democrat, and to say, what's just good policy that we need to put in place? And do those things. One day we'll get back to that, but that day wasn't today, and that's frustrating for me. So I'm going to oppose this bill today, but I want us to be able to keep working because we still got work to do. Mr. President, is one side note as well. I know Congress is focused on this today, rightfully so. The American people expect us to get this resolved. But can I just tell you a little bit of a heartbeat issue for me? It's June the 1st. And that may not mean a lot of things to a lot of people, but for those of us from Oklahoma, today is the 102nd anniversary of the worst race massacre in American history. It happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, May the 31st, overnight to June the 1st. 102 years ago today, Greenwood was a smoking heap of rubble after an all-night violence and massacre on hundreds of black Americans in North Tulsa. It's a stain on our nation. It's a stain on our state. And 102 years later, I hope we still pause and remember as a state, and we continue to learn the lessons and continue to be able to work towards being a more perfect union. Today, the Greenwood Rising Museum is open. Folks are coming in and out, talking about what happened 102 years ago. Folks at the John Hope Franklin Center for Reconciliation are engaging in conversation. There's community groups all over North Tulsa that are meeting with people just to be able to talk and to say, what have we learned 102 years later? How can we still be better as a nation still? We've learned a lot, we've grown a lot, but it's unfinished business for us. So on June the 1st, I remind us as a body, It was a massacre 102 years ago today. We shouldn't ignore this moment to remember how we take tragedy to triumph. I yield the floor.
The senior senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, let me acknowledge the final comments from the senator from Oklahoma. And thank you for making us all pause and remember that important time and the important lessons that we all need to move on from here. Thank you very much. Mr. President, like so many of my colleagues, I spent last week back home hearing from folks in my state. And everywhere I went, I heard from people about how the investments that we make here in Congress actually matter in their daily lives. How the funding that we provide from here helps students at Lake Washington Institute of Technology in Kirkland pursue their dreams and get a higher education and find a good paying job. Helps entrepreneurs in Tacoma start a business and grow it from the ground up. Helps pregnant moms who rely on the Rainier Valley Midwives Center to get the care they need to have a healthy pregnancy. I saw how our federal investments make cutting-edge biomedical research possible at the Allen Institute in Seattle, leading to breakthroughs that save lives and give people more time with their loved ones. Again and again, I heard about the resources that we send back home pay off in a truly meaningful way. And it's true, the investments we make in our country are critical. They're critical in helping our families succeed, keeping our communities safe, and keeping our nation strong, secure, and competitive. We aren't simply spending, we are investing. We are investing in fighting deadly fentanyl, in upgrading our crumbling infrastructure. We're investing in keeping America on the cutting edge of clean energy and scientific innovation. We are investing in rebuilding American manufacturing and bringing industries of the future back home here to our shores. I could go on, but the point is, the funding decisions we make right here in this chamber are not just numbers on a page. They are investments in people, in families, in our communities, and ultimately in our country's future. And they are also crucial to keeping our country secure and on the cutting edge as competitors like the Chinese government work hard to outpace us. As we all know, our adversaries are not restricting their investments in their futures. They're not. And they're not teetering on the verge of calamitous default for the sake of partisan politics. And yet, instead of listening to people back home, instead of listening to the flashing red warning signs from our competitors, House Republicans have been insisting on draconian cuts and harmful changes to the programs that are a lifeline for struggling families and the lifeblood of our global leadership. House Republicans' push to slash this funding for key federal programs is alarming, and the way they have tried to make their cuts is downright reckless. We've got to be clear about what they have done here. Instead of working through the budget and appropriations process, as we do every year, to craft our nation's budget and determine how we spend money, House Republicans just decided they would threaten to tank our economy and force the U.S. into default to extract partisan concessions. And they absolutely have not been shy about it. We heard from House Republican leaders and even the leader of the Republican Party talk openly about taking our economy and the American people, quote, hostage. That is damning. House Republicans admitting to using the full faith and credit of the United States of America as a political weapon. Needless to say, that is not how this should work. Negotiating is not one side saying, give me everything I want or else. Negotiating is coming to the table saying, here are my concerns, here are my principles, here's what I'm hearing from families in my state. Where can we find common ground? That's what people elected us to do. That's what they sent us here to do. And frankly, I think that's what many of us here want to do. I have heard from so many of my colleagues about their desire to return to regular order, and I have been working with Senator Collins to do that on the Appropriations Committee. But let's get one thing straight. Hostage taking is not regular order. It is just not. That's not the way we should arrive at the top lines for our spending bills. And it's time we put an end to this dangerous brinksmanship at the next possible opportunity by scrapping this debt ceiling and taking the threat of default off the table once and for all. No other country handles its credit like this. Hostage taking is no way to have a conversation about our nation's fiscal future. And let's be clear, for House Republicans, this never was truly about the debt anyway. Republicans added trillions to the debt under President Trump through tax giveaways for billionaires and giant corporations. But they refused to even talk about asking billionaires to pay at least as much in taxes as a firefighter or a nurse. They won't talk about closing giant loopholes for big oil or big pharma. They definitely won't talk about capping tax giveaways to the wealthy. Instead, House Republicans want to give handouts to the rich and massive corporations. They want to make life harder for struggling families by cutting the programs that they rely on, and make competing globally harder for our nation by capping our ability to invest in our future. They agreed to raise the debt ceiling 3 times under President Trump without batting an eye. But their tune changed when a Democrat was in the White House. President Biden and congressional Democrats have been clear from the outset: default is not an option and should never have been a threat, because it would be catastrophic to our nation's economy, to the financial security of our families, and to the stability of the global economy. So I applaud President Biden for his laser focus on taking default off the table. And while I know the president has pushed hard to hold the line on recent progress and protect vulnerable people who need support and reject the House Republicans' most extreme demands, we have to be clear-eyed and honest about how this bill fails to meet our current moment, especially how it will limit our ability now to make the investments we need to strengthen our economy and invest in America's future. I will vote for this legislation because default is not an option. But I do so with deep concern and with a determination to prevent us from ever being in this situation again and lessen the damage of these cuts at every possible opportunity. And that can include working with the administration and my colleagues to consider a supplemental. But that conversation has to consider more than just defense in Ukraine, because there are other really important priorities like border security, disaster relief, and other non-defense items that we should not let be shortchanged. This is absolutely not a bill I would have written. And the fact that the choice here is between a bill that cuts resources for American families or trashing the nation's credit and causing a global economic meltdown is an indictment of House Republicans who decided taking our nation's credit hostage was an acceptable thing to do. Understand that the programs being cut make a real difference in people's lives. I know that firsthand. I am someone who grew up knowing what it meant to get by on a tight budget. I had a big family, 6 brothers and sisters. My dad was a World War II veteran. He ran a mom-and-pop store on Main Street selling everyday goods in Bothell, Washington. We never had a lot, but we always got by. And a lot of times that was because our government had our backs. When my dad got sick and was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, my mom had to figure out how to support 7 kids and find a job that would make that possible. A federal workforce training program helped her get a job as a bookkeeper to keep my family afloat. Me and my siblings, all 7 of us, got through college thanks to federal assistance because our government invested in Pell Grants and other programs. My family and I had to rely on food stamps for a brief time We didn't go hungry because of federal investments in nutrition. So I'll say it again. The funding decisions we make right here in this chamber are not just numbers on a page. The policy we write and sign into law has a direct consequence on people's lives, and every member of Congress needs to recognize that. So rest assured, I remain very focused on keeping our appropriations process moving forward here in the Senate, marking up our spending bills in a timely, bipartisan way. And I want to make it clear right here on the Senate floor that I will be doing absolutely everything I can to protect the investments that help those families get by and ensure that this great country lives up to its promise, from childcare to housing to life-saving research and more. As chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, I will be a voice for working families in my home state and all across the country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Been here about 4.5 years and come from that world where you can never do what we do here. When you run a business, you're competing, you're earning your revenues. They're not given to you like in government. Here, we just have to be smart enough not to spend more than we take in. Sadly, when you look, all the data's there historically. We haven't balanced a budget since the late 90s. Over 50 years, there's some things that are just criteria you need to take into consideration and maybe view it as a given. Our system, which is built on enterprise, sound regulation, not overbearing, taxes that you can pay without being a wet blanket on the economy, over 50 years, other than 2 or 3 years happened to coincide in the Clinton years when we balanced the budget, we've never generated more than 18% of our GDP in revenue through the federal government. It's this simple. When you have high rates, you flush more into the Treasury the first couple years. You go from whatever the economic growth rate was to something 0.5 to 1.5% lower. When you cut taxes, and it was getting close, it wasn't quite there, pre-COVID, the Trump tax cuts, you're going to deplete revenues the first couple years, but then you benefit from an economy that's growing more robustly. We know all of that. The missing link here is anywhere else, you've got the rigor of the marketplace. When you're running something, it's not merciful. If you behave there like we do here, you're on the ash heap of enterprises that just don't survive in the long run. Nowhere else can you borrow now up to 30 cents on every dollar that you spend and expect that to be a good long-term business plan. I'm one, in the time I've been here, gotten along with a lot of Democrats on passing legislation that's practical. We can still do it. But when it comes to the big agenda items in terms of how much you spend, are you going to have the fortitude to do a real budget? We haven't done that. Whenever we've had moments of discipline with budget caps, sequestrations, they seem to unravel soon after we put them in place. Again, look at the numbers. We, from the time we were founded to the year 2000, had very little debt. Most of that came after World War II. The greatest generation was the deepest in debt we had ever been historically as a country. They were savers. They were investors. They were hard workers. They paid it off and built the interstate highway system, the most capital-intensive thing we've ever done as a country. When you morph into being consumers and spenders, that's what Greece did. That's what Italy did. That's what Spain did. That's what Portugal was doing until they had to get back on the wagon. Otherwise, the second largest economy in the world was going to be in trouble. They put basic discipline into their system. They spend more through the federal government there than we do, but they pay for it, generally. They're not borrowing it from future generations. We've got to find a way, as Democrats and Republicans, to take the priorities that are important to this country. And I haven't mentioned so far the real drivers of our structural deficits. That's Social Security, that is Medicare, that is Medicaid, all programs that we want to be there, but we want them to be solvent. Until we get the backbone, the political discipline, we're going to keep skirting the rigor that it takes to make this thing work long term, and you can expect more of the same. What you're seeing here today is no different. It's just punctuated with a little more drama than normal. We know we've got debt ceilings. If we didn't have that, we'd probably even plow further into debt. But the numbers always win in the long run. We were running trillion-dollar deficits, both sides of the aisle generating them from the Bush years. We had COVID come along. We politically enterprised, I think, through 2 years, not recognizing what the real capability of our economy would be, and we're in a pickle. I'm going to do a little math quiz here. I did it with a bunch of reporters 3 months ago. I said, what is 1% of 30 trillion? Mr. President, would you venture to make a guess on that?
I would, but I'm not laughing.
So, 1% of 30 trillion is 300 billion. After 30 seconds of silence, one reporter offered 300 million. I said, you're off by a power of 1,000. That's how abstract these numbers become. But they become real over time when you take interest rates that have gone up 4 to 5%. Now that you know what 1% of 50 trillion is, try 5%. That's 1.5 trillion. That's what we're going to be pricing in to our debt that we're incurring. The only blueprint out there has been from the Biden administration, puts us 20 trillion further in debt in just 10 years. And all this is going to do is knock it back to just 18 trillion more. That is shameful for future generations. This institution needs to be healthy, and it needs to live within its means like households do, like local and state governments do, like all businesses do. Try talking to your banker running a 30% loss, want them to lend you the money. They would laugh you out of the office before you got into the details of really what you need. It's a bad business plan. I could go on about that, but it's been happening for now over 2 decades, both sides of the aisle. The deal is generally made by some on our side of the aisle that hold defense sacrosanct, don't want to budge at all. The other side views domestic spending more importantly. But we generally work out this same deal, which you know what the net result is? We're deeper in debt. I did take Finance 101. I spent 37 years running a business with full competition, the rigor of it, was on a school board, was on Ways and Means in our state government. It can be done. We've got the printing press in the basement. That's the Fed. When they take all this fiscal stimulus that we did, put it on their balance sheet, that's how you print money. Bad business plan for future generations. I'm here going to introduce an amendment called the No Default Amendment. We should not be flirting with this year after year when we know it's going to happen anyway. And until we put real reforms into the system, expect the same. The next time we hit the debt ceiling, when the Treasury says you're entering into extraordinary measures, that's when the clock starts. My amendment, if you can't get a real deal done with reforms addressing the things I've talked about, we're going to start paring back this place, and it's going to be across the board. Defense and domestic spending. Every 30 days, a 1% cut. If you are so thick-headed that you can't get it done then, another 30 days, you do it again. That would put some rigor into the process. But if we're not honest with the public and really address the programs that are dearest to most Americans, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, quit doing mandatory spending on things that aren't important, we're going to run this place into the ditch. And I fear for what my kids and grandkids are going to have to deal with, and I think all Americans should be worried about that. This would be at least the start of putting a little bit of discipline into an undisciplined system. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that the following interns from my office be granted floor privileges until June 30th, 2023. Maddie Jackson, Joseph Thoburn, Madalena Wassinger, Brett Logston, and Mary Kate Barbie.
Without objection.
Our national debt now stands at about $32 trillion. How did we get here? Whose fault is it? Republicans? Democrats? Well, the answer is yes. Both parties are at fault for different reasons. Republicans come to this floor, and will come to this floor today, saying we need unlimited military spending. And Democrats will come to this floor and say we need unlimited welfare spending. And guess what happens? They compromise. People say Washington doesn't compromise. They compromise all of the time. That's what this debt deal that's before us is compromise. But the compromise is always to spend more money. How do we know that? The debt deal that's been crafted by Biden and McCarthy is an unlimited increase in the debt ceiling. See, historically, when we raised the debt ceiling, it would be $100 billion or $200 billion or, God forbid, $1 trillion. It was a dollar amount. This debt ceiling will go up till January 2025. How many dollars will be borrowed? As many as they can possibly shovel out the door. It will be how much money can you shovel out the door until January 2025. That's how much we will spend. Is there a dollar amount? No. How much can you shovel it out and how fast can you shovel it out? There will be no restraint from this debt deal. There is a pretense. There is a playing around the edges as if, oh, there might be a cut here or there might be a cut there. There are no cuts. Why? 2/3 of your spending is entitlement spending. The on-budget entitlement spending is Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, and other programs. They are called mandatory, and no one ever looks at them. They go on in perpetuity. This is what drives the deficit. Who took them off the table? How come there's no discussion of this? Actually, Republicans took them off the table because they fear being criticized by the Democrats. It's being used in the presidential campaign. Let's not talk about the entitlements, but that's 2/3 of what gets spent every year. So if you don't talk about the entitlements, if you don't talk about mandatory spending, you're frankly not a serious person, and you will not make a serious dent in this problem. So we've taken off the table all mandatory spending, no discussion of it. Does this mean they're in good shape, that Medicare and Social Security and all these programs are in good shape? Heck no, they're not in good shape. They're all running out of money. They're headed towards bankruptcy. Is anybody brave enough to reform them? No, not a damn thing's going to be done for any of them. But when you take them off the table, take all the entitlement spending off the table and do nothing about it, now we're down to 1/3 of the budget. So now you're going to try to do budgetary reform while excluding 2/3 of the spending on 1/3. But it's worse than that. The 1/3 they call discretionary spending. It's about $1.6 trillion. Half of that's military. So they took that off the table. So mandatory spending, entitlements, is going up 5%. Under this deal, because that's what it's been doing for years and years, it's going up at 5%. The military is going up at 3%. So what are we left for? What are we left looking at? We're looking at 1/6 of the budget, somewhere between 15 and 20%, a small sliver of the budget. It's called non-military discretionary, and they think we're going to do some kind of fiscal reform on that small sliver of government. Well, guess what? You can't do it. You can eliminate all of the non-military discretionary money. Leave the mandatory in place, leave the military in place, increase them, eliminate all of this other chunk of money, and you still never balance a budget. See, there was a time when there was a conservative movement, and the conservative movement had a voice in Washington. There's still some voice, but not much. But there was a time when people on the conservative side of this said, well, in order to be a thoughtful, rational, realistic, strong response to the budget deficit, you would have to balance your budget in 5 years. In fact, we voted on a constitutional amendment in this body, and every Republican voted for it. But it said you had to balance 5 years. Why 5 years? Well, because most of the plans that lasted longer than that, most of the plans that balanced in like years 9 and 10, were basically somebody fudging the numbers and hoping something good would happen in year 9 or 10, but the only years they actually had any power over the first year or two, there weren't very many cuts. And they always had unrealistic expectations in year 10. So what have I done? I've said, let's look at balancing this in 5 years. What would it take? So about 5 or 6 years ago, I began introducing something called the penny plan. And what would it do? It would cut 1 penny out of every dollar. It actually would balance. Actually, the first year I did it, I didn't even cut 1%. I froze spending for 5 years, and the budget would have balanced. But the trick is, or not the trick, the truth is that you have to cut all spending or freeze all spending. You can't just freeze a sliver of the spending. So people have talked about, oh, there's a 1% trigger on the discretionary spending. That's $16 billion. They're going to add $4 trillion in debt over the next 2 years. And they say, but by golly, we might save $16 billion, which even that is not going to happen because the trigger isn't real, doesn't have muscle, and will be evaded. But the thing is that if we were to balance the budget over 5 years, what would happen is there now needs to be about a 5% cut of all the spending each year for 5 years, and then the budget would balance. And you say, well, isn't it just a number? What would that mean to real people? Why do I care whether the budget is balanced? Well, go to the grocery store, go to buy gas, go to buy anything, go to pay your rent. Look at your cost of living and look at what inflation is doing to you. Who does inflation hurt the worst? Those on fixed income and those of the working class, because they don't have extra expendable income. Most of their income goes towards things that they have to purchase each month. But where does inflation come from? A senator from Indiana described it accurately. We run a debt, this place spends money we don't have, and where's the deficit made up for? We sell that debt to the Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve buys it, and you're like, wow, this is a great system. We spend money we don't have, we print up these things called treasury bills, the Federal Reserve comes over and then buys them. Wow, we can just do anything we want, we have the printing press. But when they create new money and that new money enters into circulation, that is inflation. Inflation is an increase in the money supply. And when you increase the money supply, you chase the same amount of goods, you're going to chase the prices right up. And that's where inflation comes from. So the debt is not just a number. The debt is about the value of your paycheck. It's about how far your paycheck goes. So right now we're in a bit of a spiral. We've had 9% inflation. It's a little lower now, but we've had as high as 9%. And I think the cost of living increase for Social Security went up 9% to match that. But you'll actually find people who say, you know, even with the 9% increase, I still can't buy everything I need. I'm actually still being squeezed. But it's a bait and switch. It's because your government isn't honest with you. If your government wanted to be honest with you and they say, we're going to be everything to everyone and we're going to give you stuff. And it's funny because we have this comparison sometimes with Sweden, and people say, and many Democrats will say, we want to be Sweden, and we're going to give you everything, and we're going to have a big government that coddles you from cradle to grave. But you know how they do it in Sweden? With a balanced budget. And I'm not advocating we become Sweden, but they balance their annual budget every year. You know how they have all that free stuff to give everybody? How they have a safety net that includes everything, including college, free health care, everything? They tax everybody, enormous amount of tax. Over here, the bait and switch is they'll say, we're just going to tax the rich people. It's easy. Just tax the rich people. They don't do that in Sweden, though. In Sweden, they tax everybody. It's a 60% income tax beginning at $60,000 a year. So everybody pays. The middle class pays. So if we wanted to be honest, and we're going to say, we're going to give you this massive safety net, you don't have to work, everybody can have a basic income, you do all of this, we would be honest, or we should be honest and say it would take massive taxes. Instead, there's a dishonesty. But the dishonesty is on both sides of the aisle. The Democrats say welfare is free and the safety net's free and Social Security is free and all these things are free. What do Republicans say? The military-industrial complex is free. You can have all the weapons you want. You can give hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons to Ukraine and it won't cost anything because we'll just print it up. See, there were times in our history when you went through a war and the devastation of war in World War II that people actually suffered and you could see the suffering and people felt like they had to pay something. But now we just put it on the tab. But there is a point at which the tab gets so large that there can be something precipitous happen. The question has always been, is this a gradual problem where we'll just have to deal with a little inflation, 5, 10% here, or is there a point at which there's a calamity? If you look at the stock market for the last 100 years, some people will point to like 7 different days in which like 80, 90% of the downturn occurred in 7 days in the last century. Is there a possibility of calamity when we're so destructive to our dollar, when we're so destructive to good sense? I think the American people want more from us. Recent polls have said 60% of Americans say don't raise the debt ceiling without significant reform. 43 Republicans, 44 of us actually said we want significant reforms before we raise the debt ceiling. But then the devil's in the details. The devil's in concluding what is significant and what is not significant. So what will end up happening, my prediction here is almost every Democrat will vote to raise the debt ceiling, and about half of the Republicans will vote. It'll be a 75-25 vote, and in the end, the debt ceiling will go up. People say, well, that's good. We didn't have a calamity. The stock market didn't crash because we didn't pay our debt. But you might want to ask yourself, is this really a contrived controversy? Is there really a reason in which we would ever default? Is there a reason why we wouldn't make our interest payment? We bring in $5 trillion and our interest payment's $500 billion. So that would be like you make $100,000 and your mortgage payment's $10,000. If you made $100,000 a year and your mortgage payment was at $10,000, is there any chance you would ever default? Is there any reason you wouldn't cut your other expenditures to prioritize your interest so you don't get kicked out of your house? That's what every American family would do, but we don't do it up here. So we threaten default. We scare the markets and say, oh, no, we'll default if the debt ceiling doesn't come up. No, we would default only if we refuse to cut spending. So we spend $1 trillion more than comes in every year. That's the problem. If we simply said, we're going to pay the $500 billion, 10% of our revenue for next year, we're going to pay the interest no matter what, and guess what? We'll tell the marketplace we're never going to default. We are never going to default. We will always do that. That would be great. The market would go gangbusters and say, we no longer have to worry about those knuckleheads. They've finally decided they're going to pay their interest, and they always will. Then what would happen? Well, we wouldn't have enough money for everything. So then we should look at where we could save money. The problem has always been this. Republicans point at Democrats and say, we don't like your programs, let's cut your programs. Democrats look at Republicans and say, no, don't cut our programs, cut yours. Everybody's don't cut mine, cut yours. That's why I've taken the approach and continue to take the approach, we should cut everything across the board. In the past, there were always like conservatives who say, let's get rid of public television, let's get rid of Sesame Street and Big Bird, and they'd get so much grief over it. It's like, why do that? You're not balancing the budget over Big Bird. Take 1% of Big Bird's budget. Take 1% of everybody's budget. And what would that bring about? It would bring about more conservation of the dollar. It would bring about more restraint and more reform. I'll end with this. People say, where would you cut? I would say everywhere. But I can give you, on the tip of my hand, ridiculous stuff that should have 100% cut, but is never cut and goes on and on. In the early 1970s, William Proxmire, a conservative Democrat, pointed out that the National Science Foundation was spending $50,000 to study what makes people fall in love. Now, that's a better, I think, topic for Cosmopolitan magazine than it is for a government study. Nowadays, it's gone up. We spent $1 million having young people take selfies of themselves while smiling and then looking at it later in the day to see if looking at pictures of yourself smiling makes you a happier person. That cost you $1 million. We spent $1.5 million studying the mating call of the Panamanian frog to see if the mating call of the country frogs was different than the city frogs. We spent nearly $1 million studying the Japanese quail to see if they're more sexually promiscuous when they're on cocaine. I think we could have just polled the audience on that one. This is the kind of ridiculous stuff, but does it get better? I complain about this every year and all the time, and everybody shakes their head and says, no way, why are we doing that? The National Science Foundation, we increased their budget 50% last year. People said, oh, we have to compete with China, so let's give the National Science Foundation more money. We've almost increased our budget by 50%. The people are studying why you go on dates, why you're happy, why the male frogs, what their mating call is. This is the craziness, but it never gets better because we always spend more money. So my amendment would do this. My amendment would reduce the spending in real terms. We'd actually spend less money next year than last year. It'd be a 5% reduction in money, and you'd spend less each year, and over 5 years, you'd balance your budget, and then we'd be on course to balance. People say, why not? Who can do this? Half of Europe does it. Sweden balances their budget. Germany balances their budget. Over half of the countries of Europe run an annual balanced budget. Our profligacy in our spending is catching up to us. I say we act now, and I recommend a yes vote on my amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate that. I rise today to discuss the importance of both the permitting sections and the provision to expedite the completion of the Mountain Valley Pipeline that are included in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. I want to commend Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans for negotiating a legislation that makes responsible reductions in government spending while avoiding a government default. Including in this legislation are key elements of the Builder Act, a permitting reform proposal which was championed by Congressman Garrett Graves and by House Natural Resources Chairman Bruce Westerman. The bill represents a positive first step in improving the permitting projects for all kinds of projects. By amending the National Environmental Policy Act for the first time since 1982, we will help projects of all types, whether we're talking about a road, a bridge, a transmission line, a renewable energy project, a pipeline, or a port. Simply put, a project shouldn't take longer to permit than it takes to build. And that should be true regardless of what type of project is under consideration. This legislation will impose statutory deadlines on completion of environmental impact statements and environmental assessments. It will streamline the review process with threshold language that tells agencies when various levels of review are necessary. And it allows agencies to share categorical exclusions for similar projects because multiple agencies should not have to do the same work twice. Makes sense. By placing the one federal decision policy into the NEPA statute, this legislation will allow project sponsors to work with a single lead federal agency. Most of those listening probably thought that was happening anyway, and no, all these different agencies were giving all individual opinions. If you want to build things in this country, we should not force project sponsors to bounce back and forth from one agency to the next, often facing litigation at every step. It's just simply common sense to allow project sponsors to work with one lead agency. Now, more work is needed beyond this bill to fix our broken process for permitting projects. Reforms to the judicial review process, timelier Fish and Wildlife Services reviews, and improvements to the Clean Water Act are all very important. I introduced the Restart Act last month with a number of my EPW Republican colleagues to address those issues, and I will continue to work in a bipartisan way to see additional reforms into law. Today's legislation is a positive step on permitting reform, and again, I want to thank Congressman Graves and Chairman Westerman for their efforts to get us to this point. The Mountain Valley Pipeline. It is a prime example of an important project that has faced senseless delays, mostly as a result of litigation filed by anti-natural gas activists at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit. This project has undergone numerous environmental reviews and received approvals from multiple federal agencies, both under the Trump and the Biden administrations. These include actions from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, better known as FERC, the U.S. Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Corps of Engineers, the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection, and the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. These are agencies that have already approved this construction of this pipeline. Given the multiple actions by federal and state environmental agencies approving this project, assertions that this project has not gone through adequate environmental review are just plain wrong. Both the Trump and Biden administrations have expressed support for this project. Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm recently sent a letter to FERC endorsing the project. So, the Mountain Valley Pipeline is 95% complete and would be finished today if it weren't for the rulings by the Fourth Circuit that have stayed or vacated multiple approvals granted by federal and state environmental regulators. The Fourth Circuit has acted 9 times with respect to the Mountain Valley Pipeline. In 8 of those 9 occasions, the court has either stayed or vacated an approval from a federal or a state agency. Only once did the court uphold an approval for this project, and that was when the court upheld water quality certifications from the state of Virginia under Section 401 of the Clean Water Act. But within days of that opinion, the same Fourth Circuit panel vacated similar 401 water quality certifications from the state of West Virginia. Because certification from both states is necessary to allow the Army Corps of Engineers to issue a required 404 permit for the Mountain Valley Pipeline, vacating certification from one state has had the effect of continuing to prevent the project from moving forward. We've become all too familiar with the Fourth Circuit's blocking of key projects. The same panel that has rejected nearly all of the state and federal approvals for the Mountain Valley Pipeline brought before it took similar actions to vacate state and federal approvals for the now canceled Atlantic Coast Pipeline. Project sponsors for the Atlantic Coast Pipeline appealed one of the Fourth Circuit's 4 adverse opinions all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court reversed the Fourth Circuit in a 7-2 opinion that was written by Justice Thomas and joined not only by Republican-appointed judges, but also by Justices Ginsburg and Breyer. Despite winning at the Supreme Court, the Atlantic Coast Pipeline was canceled amid the threat of continuing litigation and permitting challenges. Activists are using the same playbook at the Fourth Circuit to try to stop the Mountain Valley Pipeline. This is a pipeline that will result in $40 million in tax revenue and $150 million in royalty payments in West Virginia annually once it is completed. The project will open markets to West Virginia's natural gas, providing good-paying jobs not just in my state, but enhancing our nation's energy security and our own national security. Given the project's benefits and given approvals from state and federal regulators across multiple administrations from both parties, I do not believe that a handful of judges should have the final say. This legislation will ratify approvals issued under the Biden administration from the U.S. Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and the Fish and Wildlife Service, along with approval from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. These documents will be insulated from judicial review to prevent further delays. Additionally, the bill requires the Army Corps of Engineers to issue necessary project permits, including that 404 permit I talked about earlier, within 21 days. Both Virginia and West Virginia environmental regulators have issued necessary certifications for this permit, but the Fourth Circuit has delayed further permitting action by vacating West Virginia's certification. This legislation makes it crystal clear that Congress expects the Mountain Valley Pipeline to be completed, consistent with the previously approved environmental documents. I've consistently fought for common sense reforms so that we can actually ensure that we can build here in America, including key projects such as the Mountain Valley Pipeline. So, it is my hope that permitting reforms, both the provisions that are in this bill and those that we should consider in the future, will allow projects to be approved and constructed in an efficient manner that does not require congressional intervention. It also should be pointed out and emphasized, this does not mean that any environmental regulation that is put forward is ever shortchanged or overlooked. That's not the point here. So, on occasions when the process fails projects of significant regional and national interest, we have the authority and the responsibility as elected representatives to step in and ensure a project is allowed to proceed. With that, Mr. President, I thank you and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to express my disappointment in the recent United States Supreme Court decision to curtail the Clean Water Act, the principal law governing pollution control and water qualities of our nation's waterways. The narrow interpretation now supported by the highest court will remove Clean Water Act protection for the majority of wetlands in the United States. Let me just repeat that. Wetlands, we all know how important that is to water quality in America. We know that wetlands act as a sponge for runoff. It traps pollution that otherwise would end up in our waterways and is critically important to our habitat. This narrow interpretation will remove protection for a majority of wetlands in the United States. At a time of rightly intense attention to avoiding the default crisis, this attack on clean water protection must not escape notice. This past weekend, we honored the sacrifices of our military service members. Often these celebrations of the lives and legacies of our fallen soldiers and their loved ones take place outside in community green spaces. Our parks need clean water. The Sackett versus EPA decision is detrimental to national parks, where 2/3 of the park waters are already impaired, with much of this pollution linked to out-of-park upstream activities. Under the Sackett decision issued on May 25th of this year, a slim majority of the court, led by Justice Alito, incorrectly concluded that the Clean Water Act extends only to wetlands that have a continuous surface connection with waters of the United States. This result does not mean the court unanimously endorsed this new test. In fact, this decision was, to put it mildly, complicated. Justice Thomas filed a concurring opinion in which Justice Gorsuch joined. Justice Kagan filed an opinion concurring in the judgment in which Justices Sotomayor and Jackson joined. Justice Kavanaugh filed an opinion concurring in the judgment in which Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson joined. Put another way, 4 members of the Supreme Court, Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, Kavanaugh, and Brown Jackson, agreed that the Clean Water Act does not apply to the wetlands of the Sackett property, but they disagreed with the majority reasoning. In an opinion joined by 3 justices, Justice Kavanaugh contended that by narrowing the Act's coverage of wetlands to only adjoining wetlands, the court new test will leave some long-regulated adjacent wetlands no longer covered by the Clean Water Act, with significant repercussions for the water quality and flood controls throughout the United States. Justice Kavanaugh specifically noted that the health of the Chesapeake Bay would be at risk under the court's new test. Our national treasure, the largest estuary in the country, was one of 2 examples given, along with efforts to control flooding along the Mississippi River. In its opinion, the majority claims that Clean Water Act repeatedly uses waters in contexts that confirm that the term refers to bodies of open water. Despite this convenient fallacy, the waters of the bay are by no means limited to open waters. In fact, the Chesapeake Bay receives half of its water from a network of 110,000 streams and 1.7 million acres of wetland, most of which are non-navigable tributaries and non-tidal wetlands that drain to those tributaries. The watersheds, roughly 1.5 million acres of wetlands, are critical to restoring the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries across 6 states in the District of Columbia. Wetlands are essential to water quality. They trap pollutants that are running off farmlands, suburban parking lots, and city streets before they can reach the 111,000 miles of local streams, creeks, and rivers that empty into the bay. Entering the Atlantic hurricane season, it's worth noting that wetlands also protect coastal and flood-prone communities by absorbing storm surges and floodwaters like sponges. Wetlands also mitigate slow-onset climate change effects like sea level rise and sunny day flooding that threatens lives, businesses, and properties in waterfront cities like Annapolis.
Maryland, Pennsylvania, Virginia have state regulations that could offer backstop coverage for wetlands that are adjacent to but not adjoining the bay and its covered tributaries. EPA can no longer protect. But we should not be abrogating this shared responsibility just to our states. Nationwide, more than 111 million acres of wetlands and the ecosystem services they provide are estimated to face the essential threat from the loss of federal protection. Justice Kagan also wrote a brief opinion on her own, joined by Justices Sotomayor and Jackson, in which she criticized what she characterized as the court's appointment of itself as the national decision maker on environmental policy. In her view, which I share, Congress deliberately drafted the Clean Water Act with a broad reach to address a problem of crisis proportion. Although the majority disagrees with that decision, she wrote, it cannot rewrite Congress's plain instructions because they go further than the court would like. But this is precisely what the majority did here, she concluded, just as it did last year when it curtailed the EPA's authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from power plants. Second is the latest in an alarming series of rulings to undercut the agency's mission to protect human health and the environment. This one happens to hit especially close to the statutory home of the Chesapeake Bay Program Partnership. For now, to assert jurisdiction over an adjacent wetlands under the Clean Water Act, a party must establish first that the adjacent body of water constitutes waters of the U.S., relatively permanent body of water connected to traditional interstate navigable waters, and second, that the wetlands has a continuous surface connection with that water, making it difficult to determine whether the water ends and the water wetlands begins. This arbitrary new definition strikes at the heart of the Chesapeake Bay program, science-based decision-making. Moreover, as Justice Kavanaugh notes, the court's new test is sufficiently novel and vague that it will create precisely the type of regulatory uncertainty that the majority roundly criticized. The decision muddies the waters for a clear, workable waters of the U.S. definition after years of uncertainty. The rule of the final revised definition of waters of the United States rule the EPA and U.S. Army Corps announced in December established a clear and reasonable definition. The common sense approach by the EPA must now recognizes that pollution upstream can have downstream impacts. So we must protect the system to safeguard downstream communities and our environment. The rule this opinion invites opponents to challenge also maintain long-standing Clean Water Act permanent exemptions for routine farming and ranching activities. Basically complied to what we thought the rule was before the Supreme Court decisions almost a decade ago. In addition to the indirect costs of regulatory uncertainty, the loss of clean water protections will have significant economic consequences for outdoor recreation, which supports $788 billion in consumer spending and more than 5 million jobs in the United States annually. Wetlands do not just provide habitat for wildlife and trout and fisheries that enhance outdoor recreational opportunities. They also clean water for farmers that drive our economy through the production of food. In order to protect our resources in our new reality, we must enforce the federal authorities left that protect clean water, support states strengthening their own laws and regulations, and take action to restore protections. In addition, clean water infrastructure grants programs such as the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the non-regulatory coastal habitat restoration programs like the Coastal Program offer resources to support states, tribes, and NGOs restoring wetlands in their own best interest. Water pollution has never respected political boundaries. Our constituents all rely on clean water for drinking, swimming, fishing, irrigation, and more. I urge my colleagues to consider the seriousness of this setback and let us work together to mitigate the damage of this decision. With that, Mr. President, I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will now call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to speak about, are we in a quorum call?
Yes.
Might I ask that it be suspended?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak about a provision of the debt ceiling deal that I will later today offer an amendment so that we can remove it. It's the provision dealing with the Mountain Valley Pipeline. I appreciate the hard bipartisan work that's been done to put together a deal. And the deal has things I like and things that I don't like. And that's the nature of any deal that's struck between houses of Congress controlled by different parties. And it would have been my intention to be a supporter of the deal despite its imperfections. However, a provision was added to the deal to greenlight a pipeline project that goes through two states, West Virginia and my Commonwealth of Virginia. It was struck without any consultation with either of the Virginia senators. It's a highly controversial project in Virginia that directly impacts families whose land will be taken for the pipeline project. And I stand to speak on their behalf about the reasons that I will seek to remove the Mountain Valley Pipeline provision from the bill when we vote on it later tonight. It would be one thing if you could build pipelines in midair, but you can't. To build a pipeline, you have to take people's land. Sometimes the land you take might be public land, national park or national forest. But in any pipeline project of size, and the Mountain Valley Pipeline is about 330 miles long, you have to take a lot of land from private landowners, most of whom don't want to give up their land. That means that when you do a pipeline project and you approve it and you give a private company the right to take people's land, you ought to do it carefully after significant deliberation. And so since the 1930s, there has been a pipeline permitting process that has required for an interstate pipeline, first a determination by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission that there is a need for the pipeline, the gas pipeline. And then once that determination is made, a separate determination has to be made about what is the best route for the pipeline. And once those determinations are made, you're able to take private land to build the pipeline, even though those landowners will never benefit at all from having a pipeline cross their property. Then additionally, the permitting process isn't just about building, but it's about holding the developer to strict standards so that when they build the pipeline, they minimally disturb the land, they minimally affect species, they minimally affect creeks and streams and river crossings. The Mountain Valley Pipeline is proposed to go about 110 miles through the poorest part of my state, Appalachia. In the Appalachian region of Virginia, a lot of people don't have very much. For many of them, their land is what they have. And for many of them, that land has been in their family for generations. They are entitled to a fair process that would look about the need for the pipeline and what is the best route, and then would insist that the pipeline be built to a high standard to maximally protect their property. Congress has made a decision that this is not to be decided by Congress. Pipeline routing, pipeline need is not to be determined by Congress. Instead, you put it in administrative agencies. Why do you do that? It's because A, they have expertise, and B, it's less likely to be abused. If you were to let Congress do pipeline deals, it would be pretty easy for somebody to look at a map and say, well, this county never voted for me. Why don't we run it through that county and take their land? Instead, we remove it from Congress so that professionals can undertake the right analysis and review. In this bipartisan debt ceiling deal, there's a provision to greenlight one project in the United States, the Mountain Valley Pipeline, to greenlight it, and to say that there will be no more administrative process to determine whether it had been fully permitted, and no more ability for the courts to review the administrative agency decisions. I strongly object to that. I don't have an objection to to the pipeline itself. I've been asked again and again and again, and I've said this is not for Congress to decide. In fact, it would be wrong for Congress to do this. You should have an administrative process. You should go through it. A pipeline proponent should have to meet the standard, get over the hurdles, and when they do, then they should be able to take land and build a pipeline, but only then. We shouldn't shorten it and give one project a green light. This is ultimately about Virginians who care about their land. They don't want to give up their land for this pipeline because they don't think they'll benefit by it. Sometimes a county will take someone's land to build a road, and even if you're not happy about that, at least there's a road you can have an ambulance get to your house on, or your kid can go out and catch a school bus on. But a pipeline project of this kind that's transmitting gas from one part of the country to the other, people can't hook into it to get low-cost natural gas. Many of the communities in Virginia that this pipeline route would cross don't even have natural gas distribution to their communities. It might have some effect upon global gas prices, but that won't affect somebody who doesn't have gas service to their home. And so my Virginians just want to be sure that if this pipeline is built, it has met the requisite standards of the review agencies, both state and federal, and it has withstood any court challenges. This is a pipeline project that's been underway for a while. And I know the proponents of this provision will say, well, look, it's just been going on too long. But one of the reasons it's been going on for a while is because the company was slipshod in a lot of its operations and construction, particularly early in the life of this project. I do believe that the company has better management now, but the project has been cited for dozens and dozens of Clean Water Act violations, other construction problems that have led to mudslides on people's property, and that is why my Virginia constituents are so desiring that let's do this the right way or let's not do it at all. The provision in this bill not only frustrates these Virginia landowners who want to make sure that if their land is going to be taken, it's done in a fair way after deliberate consideration, but it also does something that I believe is unwarranted and really historical in the wrong way. It is a rebuke of the Fourth Circuit of the United States Court of Appeals, which is headquartered in Richmond, my hometown, which has been the court that has heard cases about the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Challenges to agency decisions in the previous administration where the court said, hey, look, the agency didn't do what they were supposed to do. Go back and do it right this time. When landowners feel like they're being abused, they have a right to go to court and present their case, and the Fourth Circuit and the district courts within it have said, you've shown your case. The company didn't do it right. The agency didn't do it right. Go back and do it right. That's made the company upset. For 18 years, I tried cases in the Fourth Circuit. And I won some and I lost some. And when I lost, I wasn't happy. But if I lost, I would tell my client, we can appeal. And we would appeal to the Fourth Circuit. And sometimes I would win my appeal and sometimes I would lose my appeal. But when we lost, I wasn't happy, but we would try to get the United States Supreme Court to take the case up. Never once did I tell a client after a loss, what we need to do is go to Congress and take this case away from the Fourth Circuit and put it in a court that's more likely to be favorable. I would never have thought to do that. No one gets that deal. No individual gets that deal. No civil rights plaintiff gets that deal. No criminal defendant gets that deal. No small business gets that deal. Most people would be embarrassed to ask for that. I lost, I'm unhappy. Why don't I get Congress to rewrite the rules of federal jurisdiction and take this case away from the court that's made me unhappy and put it in another court? And yet that is what this bill will do. It will end further administrative review. It will end judicial review of any permit. And it will say only this: if someone wants to challenge what Congress is doing here, saying it's unlawful or unconstitutional or an overreach, they have to file that challenge in the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. They cannot file it in the Fourth Circuit where this project is being considered. Both to protect these landowners who have a right to an full and deliberate consideration if they're going to have to give up their land, and to protect the integrity of both our court system and this body, I strongly oppose this provision. I will move later in the day to bring up my amendment, and I would encourage my colleagues to support me in it. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
chair recognizes the senator from West Virginia.
Are we in a quorum call?
No.
Mr. President, I rise to speak in favor of the MVP. They call it the Mountain Valley Pipeline. I call it the most valuable pipeline that we have to offer energy to the people of America. And it's been under tow for a long time. I brought some illustrations of what we're going through because my good friend from Virginia, the senator from Virginia who just spoke, and we respectfully disagree on this. This is something we've worked on for an awful long time. And first of all, I want to make sure everybody understands, you cannot get permission to move forward on a pipeline, transmission line, anything that you want in this country unless there's a market for it. You've got to show that there's a person or a group or a market that this product, whether it's electricity on transmission lines or gas in the pipelines or oil, whatever, there has to be a market. It can't go from here to there and then try to build a market. So there has to be a need. There has to be a need. If there's going to be a need in the market, then it says proceeding. And then it goes through the process. This has started over 8 years ago, going through that process. I don't think there's another permit that's ever been scrutinized or request for a permit than this Mountain Valley Pipeline, or we'll call it the MVP. FERC has approved MVP 3 times, not 1 time, 3 times. Basically, over 8 years of review, started with the Obama administration, went through the Trump administration, now into the Biden administration. And we're as desperate for the fuel today as we are. Let's look at the people that basically where the need is. This pipeline's 42 inch. It takes the Marcellus Shale. First of all, it goes down into an area that's basically, well, we could, excuse me. Oh boy. Don't know what happened. Into an area that basically is deprived of natural resources themselves. Let me tell you some of the areas that we're going to be able to serve in a direct and indirect way. Our military bases in North Carolina, South Carolina, who's in desperate need. There was another pipeline coming out of the same shell of gas called the Atlantic Coast Pipeline that went on for years, and was finally scrubbed because the price got so exorbitant that there's no way to continue, and they could not get through the litigation that went on for years. After about $6 or $7 billion, Dominion Energy basically pulled the plug on it. They couldn't do it. So when they tell you that, everything's fine, or they did all this, wherever there were problems, they're sent back. If someone doesn't like this or that, it's sent back. They've gone through it 3 times. Now, when FERC goes through it, it's a pretty arduous process. It's looked into everything. And then if the courts basically say, well, look at this, and then they do that and they correct that and send it back, they find something else. Wouldn't you think they would see it all the first time if they saw any problems whatsoever that needed corrected? So, as I said, it's been thoroughly vetted. 8 years by the Obama and Trump Biden administration. 8 NEPA reviews. Anybody that's gone through any review with NEPA knows how difficult that can be. 8 times NEPA has reviewed this. 6 environmental impact. The environmental impact studies can take anywhere from 1 to 3, 4 years. 6 times it went back for that. So when anyone thinks that this has not been scrutinized and has not basically gone through every agency that it was required to go through and had every review possibly that could be done, would be mistaken if you see just the outline of the thing. 3 rounds of permitting was approved by FERC. They approved all of them. Still wasn't good enough. Still wasn't good enough. Went to the courts, back it came. Went to the courts, back it came. So, Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife, they all did it 3 times. So everybody had a real good look at this one. Now we have a situation to where, if you look at Winter Storm Elliott, December 2022, the Carolinas had the highest natural gas price in the country, $50 to $60 per million BTU. $50 to $60. Normally in the Appalachian Basin, that's anywhere from $2.50 to maybe $6. That's where it stays. But because they did not have the product, the demand was so high, the people are getting gouged. You tell me an average family or a hardworking family that can afford $50 or $60 per million BTU. It's 10 times the normal in the region. So is there a need? Absolutely there's a need. Is there basically a need for pricing that stabilizes and helps people get through tough times and basically take care of their family and their home and also the job that they work at? Absolutely. So you have that. Duke Energy, well, Duke Energy says the MVP will save 4.5 million customers, $3 billion over 25 years. Duke Energy is a very large power company within North Carolina. And they're saying that we don't have that product. We need this product. They were counting on the Atlantic Coast Pipeline to give them the product. That didn't happen. Now they're counting on MVP. Who gets gouged? Everybody talks about big business and the companies and this and that. 4.5 million customers. That's who's going to pay the price. Now, when you talk about the price, let's talk about this. This line, when they started on this pipeline, there was approximate cost of $3.5 billion to build it. We're over $6.6 billion now. Who do you think is going to pay that price? It's going to be paid by the customers who need the product. We're paying $50 to $60 per million BTU, and they should be paying $4 to $6 in that range there. And I'll guarantee you the savings is going to be tremendously supportive of their families. So, as we've talked, we've had a lot going on here, a lot of different conversation. There's a new Summit View Business Park in Franklin County in Southwest Virginia. It's struggling to attract businesses to that park that would create opportunities and jobs for the hardworking people in Southwest Virginia, just like all of West Virginia, that they cannot attract and not be able to furnish the energy that that park needs to attract the different industries that would like to come. So for economic development, just having a job, taking care of your family, living in beautiful Southwest Virginia, they don't have that opportunity now. North Carolina, Cumberland County and Fayette have lost out on $1 billion of investment because the businesses cannot afford the high price of gas. And we have an abundance of it in West Virginia and Pennsylvania and coming out of the eastern part of Ohio. Willing to share it and put it in the market to keep the prices where they should be, affordable. So, the review process, as we said, has been incredibly thorough and rigorous. 8 NEPA reviews, 6 environmental impact statements, 2 environmental assessments, 3 rounds of review by the same federal agencies, FERC, Fish and Wildlife, Forest Service, and BLM, and that's a mighty lift in itself. Been before the court numerous times, 9 times to be exact, 9 times before the courts. When does it stop? When does it stop? The cost has ballooned, as I've said, doubled in price, and here we are. Now, you would think we're just trying to get this line started. It's going to be 303 miles, but guess what? 283 miles are already built. It's already laid in the ground. Now, they said there's been violations because there's sedimentation and they didn't go back and reseed. They weren't allowed to because of the court actions prohibited them from getting back on the property. It's a catch-22. They could not reclaim what they wanted to reclaim because they were taken to court, stopped, and then they were brought to, task again for not reclaiming. If we pass this piece of legislation, within 6 months, this line will be in production. We only have 20 miles to go. That'll put 2,500 people to work. 2,500 people to work. About $40 to $50 million annually coming to the states of West Virginia and some to Virginia as it passes through. There's about anywhere from $200 to $250 million that'll go to individuals who own their gas rights that are being sold and put into the line. That's every year. That's a tremendous support for the poorest parts of our country. The poorest parts of our country, the people finally are able to sell what they own, the resources, and help stabilize the prices. It'll help all people in the states that are affected. $1.2 billion in additional investment to complete the project. We have tried everything humanly possible. We really have. I just couldn't believe that we couldn't get this after what happened to the previous lines that they were trying to build to bring product to the marketplace. So there's all different people who are upset. I understand that. My good friend from Virginia, my senator friend, who we were co-governors together, and our families are very close. This doesn't affect our relationship. It doesn't affect our friendship. It doesn't affect basically us fighting for many of the same causes. But it brings a healthy discussion. Are we going to move forward in this country? Are we going to have permit reform? Are we going to be able to build the necessary transmission that it takes? I'm talking about power lines. We have the same. If anything, it takes longer for a power line. Pipelines, everything's being stopped now. It's not that they're protesting the pipe itself. It's they're protesting basically the product in the price, the gas. Now, there's a transition going on in energy throughout the country, a transition throughout the world to a certain extent. But we still cannot run our country without the gas, without the oil, and without the coal that we need for dispatchable. That means 24/7. Just gas and coal itself is over 60% of the energy that we use. In this system here, and right where we are in this beautiful capital, this is the PJM system, they call it. This is basically what distributes all the power. And it's basically all of the above. It's wind, it's solar, it's coal, it's gas. It's everything that gives the reliability that when you turn that switch on, you're going to have lights. When you turn the heat on, you're going to be warm. When you turn the air conditioner on, you're going to have comfort. If you want to cook your food, you're going to be able to do it. That's what we're able to do in America. And as that transition, there'll be a transition into new technologies that'll replace an awful lot of what we're talking about. But we're a long way away from that. And to deprive people that need this for their livelihood, to deprive them and make them pay 10 times more for a product that is abundant. It'd be different if the good Lord didn't give us the resources. But it's a shame and a sin that we don't use the resources we have to help all humankind. That's what we're talking about. And if you look at the process we've just gone through and where we are right now, what we embark on this evening, probably be here most of the night, I would assume, going through the amendments. Everybody deserves to have their say. I agree. But we've come down to the reality, and we've been here long enough understanding that this piece of legislation that we have before us has to pass. The Mountain Valley Pipeline is in that piece of legislation. It still has some review processes. We're not asking for that. We're asking that basically the things that have been done multiple times proceeds on. Proceeds on. That's all we're asking for. But with that, when you think about 3 or 4 months ago, we start talking seriously about the debt ceiling. We've got to address the debt ceiling. That's our responsibility, to address and make sure the full faith and credit of this country and the value of us having the reserve currency of the world is stable. It's stable. If we pass an amendment, or any amendment, this amendment my dear friend is going to introduce, or any amendment, we will default. It's as simple as that. We will default. Now, it'd be different if this had not gone through 8 years of scrutiny, court 9 times, been looked at any way, in every way, shape, and form. That'd be a different thing. No one's ever seen anything. We're trying to slide something through. That's not the case here. No one can accuse that of happening. So we're in a process right now of trying to move forward in this country to get the energy that we need, that we have. It was unbelievable to me when the people were thinking sometime, well, maybe we'll have Iran produce more oil. Maybe we'll have Venezuela produce more. We have it in our backyard, and we can't produce it ourselves. We want someone else to do the work that we won't do for ourselves. That's ridiculous. You can't lead that way. You can't have the rest of the world looking at you as the superpower of the world and won't do for yourself because you don't like something. We found ways through innovation, not elimination, to do it better. And we can help the rest of the world, and we can help the world global climate as it is if we work together. But I can assure you, what we have right today before us is a product that's going to help an awful lot of people. 4.5 million just in one state that depends on this product to give them some relief from the highest prices probably about the highest prices in the country, except for the Northeast. So I would say there's so much at risk right now if we move forward and would pass this amendment that would go on this bill, that would have to go back to the House with us not defaulting. We cannot take that risk. So I would ask all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, consider what we're doing, consider basically the value that this product brings, consider also the review that this product has gone through. And I think you'll find it more than adequate, more than comforting that basically we have a product that's going to do an awful lot of good for America, an awful lot of good for humankind in the States. And also, this will backfill and help us also at our ports where we're sending LNG to our allies around the world. There's so many benefits from 2 billion cubic feet a day, 2 billion cubic feet a day that'll go into this line, helping America be energy independent. So I encourage all of my colleagues to vote respectfully against the amendment that will be offered to strip this out of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you. I've been informed that shortly the majority leader will come to the floor and announce his commitment and the body's commitment to do a supplemental to make sure that the damage done by this bill is at least partially corrected. This bill puts our military behind the eight ball. There's not one penny in this bill for Ukrainian assistance. As I speak tonight, Ukraine's engaged in a fight for its life. They're going on the offensive. I have high hopes in the coming days or weeks they will liberate part of their territory occupied by Russia. The assistance we have provided in a bipartisan fashion and our European allies has made all the difference in the world. We were told after the invasion, Kyiv would fall in 4 days. 600 and something days later, they're still fighting. The Russian army has been weakened and bloodied because of the weapons we have provided. I appreciate the bipartisan support to make sure we win a war in Ukraine without one American soldier being involved. If we can defeat Putin in Ukraine, that means China will hopefully take notice and Putin will be stopped, because if you don't stop him in Ukraine, he's going to keep going and we'll be in a war between NATO and Russia. So I appreciate all the hard work of the staff to make a statement to the people who are facing threats from China, from Russia, from Iran, that we have not abandoned you. There is not a dime in this bill to deal with the threats I think we face from China consistent with the threat level. There's money in this bill, but not enough. So I'm hoping that those who are watching this in Ukraine understand that Senator Schumer and McConnell are going to say in a moment, we have not abandoned you. We're going to keep helping you as you struggle to liberate your country from the war criminal Putin. Whether you believe we should be helping Ukraine or not, I do. People in this body on both sides of the aisle in the Senate understand that Putin's invasion is a defining moment of the 21st century. That if he gets away with this, there goes Taiwan, and the world will begin to crumble. The world order we've created since World War II would be jeopardized. War crimes on an industrial scale by Putin cannot be forgiven or forgotten. To the brave men and women of Ukraine, help is on the way. To the people standing up to China, living in its shadow in Taiwan, help is on the way. To the American military, who is underfunded because of this bill, help is on the way. For 3 days, I and some others have been screaming to high heaven that what the House did was wrong. It's right to want to control spending, and there's some good things in this bill, but it was wrong to give a defense number inconsistent with the threats we face. I do believe that we're on track to right some of those wrongs. To my colleagues, I am not the perfect is the enemy of the good. I vote for my share of bipartisan bills and get crap for it like most of you. But as long as I'm here, I'm going to speak about the need of the federal government to get the defense budget right. Budgets are based on threats, not political deals. And if you think the world is safer, you've missed a lot. So hopefully in a few minutes, there will be an announcement that puts us on a course correction to undo some of the damage. And there will be a clear signal from both the leader and the minority leader, Senator McConnell, that help is on the way to those who live in the shadow of totalitarian governments and those who are on the battlefield. To my American citizen friends, I wish there were no war anywhere. I wish China wasn't the way they are. I wish the Ayatollah didn't want a nuclear weapon and would use it if he could. I wish that Putin would not have invaded Ukraine. I wish that the world was different than it is. But if you want peace and you want stability, it comes at a high price. The good news for us is not one American soldier has died evicting Russia from Ukraine. The Ukrainians have fought like tigers, It's in our national security interest to provide them the weapons and the technology to keep this fight up. Their win is our win. So I look forward to hearing the statement that I think is forthcoming. It does not fix this bill totally, but it begins to march in the right direction. To my colleagues, thank you for listening. Thank you for working with me and others. Victory for Ukraine. I yield the floor. Notice the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the following joint statement between Senator McConnell and me be printed in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate on the motion to proceed.
Is there further debate? If not, the question is on adoption of the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Calendar number 84, H.R. 3746, an act to provide for a responsible increase to the debt ceiling.
Mr. President,
Majority
I
Leader.
ask unanimous consent that the only amendments in order be the following to H.R. 3746. Paul, 107. Braun, 91. Marshall, 110. Sullivan, 125. Hawley, 93. Kennedy, 104. Cotton, 106. Budd, 134. Lee, 98. Kane, 101. Kennedy, 102. That at 7:30 p.m., if any of these amendments have been offered, the Senate vote on the amendments in the order listed, with 60 affirmative votes required for adoption, with the exception of the Lee Amendment, the Kennedy Amendment number 102, and the Kane Amendment. That there be 2 minutes for debate equally divided prior to each vote, and with 6 minutes equally divided prior to each of the votes on the Kennedy amendments. Following disposition of the above amendments, the bill be considered read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended, if amended, with 60 affirmative votes required for passage, all without intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that all votes after the first be 10-minute votes in length.
Without objection.
I am pleased, so pleased, to announce that both sides have just locked in an agreement that enables the Senate to pass legislation tonight avoiding default. For the information of my colleagues, this is what will happen on the floor. In a few minutes, the Senate will begin holding votes on 11 amendments, 10 from the Republican side and 1 from the Democratic side. To finish our work tonight, after the first amendment, we are limiting each vote to 10 minutes. So I ask my colleagues to stay in their seats or near the floor during the votes. Let's keep this process moving quickly. After we finish voting on the amendments, we are immediately considering final passage, and by passing this bill, we will avoid default tonight. America can breathe a sigh of relief, because in this process, we are avoiding default. From the start, avoiding default has been our North Star. The consequences of default would be catastrophic. It would almost certainly cause another recession. It would be a nightmare for our economy and millions of American families. It would take years to recover from. But for all the ups and downs and twists and turns it took to get here, it is so good for this country that both parties have come together at last to avoid default. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their cooperation. Let's finish the job and send this very important bipartisan bill to the President's desk tonight. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum column.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I call up amendment number 107 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report by number.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes an amendment numbered 107.
The Biden-McCarthy debt deal will do nothing to avert the looming debt crisis. A debt deal that creates no limits to the debt accumulation over 2 years is not fiscally responsible and should be rejected. My amendment replaces the spending caps with caps that balance the budget in 5 years and limits the extension of debt to $500 billion, and I urge a yes vote.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Respect to my colleague, I strongly urge a no vote. This amendment would create catastrophic damage throughout the federal economy, with spending cuts as much as 37% by 2028, putting federal programs like Medicare, Medicaid, border security, and transportation into extremely difficult circumstances. This is not the America that Americans expect, and we should not allow this vote to pass.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Braun, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Hall, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Collins, Kramer, Durbin, Graham, Grassley, Hickenlooper, Kane, King, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Ricketts, Rounds, Schatz, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Thune, Tillis, Whitehouse, Wicker. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Brown, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Carper, no.
Vice President.
Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Casey, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Manchin, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 21, the nays are 75. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
President.
The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President.
The Senate is not in order. The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. About an hour ago, I entered a statement into the record, and I'd like to read it so the members can hear it. I want to also dispel rumors and reassure our friends across the world about the Senate's commitment and ability to respond to emerging threats and needs. This debt ceiling deal does nothing to limit the Senate's ability to appropriate emergency supplemental funds to ensure our military capabilities are sufficient to deter China, Russia, and our other adversaries, and respond to ongoing and growing national security threats, including Russia's evil ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine, our competition ongoing with China and its growing threat to Taiwan, Iranian threats to American interests and those of our partners in the Middle East or any other emerging security crisis. Nor does this debt ceiling limit the Senate's ability to appropriate emergency supplemental funds to respond to various national issues, such as disaster relief, combating the fentanyl crisis, or other issues of national importance. I know a strong bipartisan majority of senators stands ready to receive and process emergency funding requests from the administration. The Senate is not about to ignore our national needs, nor abandon our friends and allies who face urgent threats from America's most dangerous adversaries. I yield the floor. No. Mr. President, I want to remind members we were indulgent in the first vote. That's over. We're doing 10-minute votes. Please stay in your seats so we can finish this bill in a reasonable hour.
Duly noted.
Mr. President,
The senator from Indiana.
I call up my amendment number 91 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Indiana, Mr. Braun, proposes an amendment numbered 91.
This should be the
There are now 2 minutes of debate equally divided.
This should be the easiest vote of the night. This is to take default off the table in future endeavors like this. This simply says that when we get notice that extraordinary measures are going to be incorporated, that happened in January, I believe, of this year. X date is this Monday, that if we do not do a bill that either raises the amount, changes the date, ideally with reforms, that on the X date, after we've had 5 to 6 months to do it, we have 1% cuts across the board on discretionary spending. It's the No Default Act. We should not be risking default. This would be simple, gives us plenty of time, puts a little incentive. If you reach the X date, you're going to be encouraged to do it by then. If not, it would happen again in 30 days. I ask your support. Let's not default when we engage this same dynamic in the future.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the senator's amendment, which would lead to more reckless brinkmanship, more arbitrary cuts by permanently rescinding 1% of discretionary appropriations every 30 days during a debt ceiling crisis. This makes no sense. Rewarding brinksmanship by slashing funding that our families and our communities and our troops depend on is an absolutely dangerous way to govern. Members on both sides of the aisle have come to the floor to air legitimate grievances about this process and the outcome of this debt limit deal. Nobody likes the position we are in today. Nobody. Passing this amendment would prove we have learned nothing. We do not need to create new opportunities for hostage-taking and cuts that would seriously undermine our economy, our families, our future, and our global leadership. We just need to do our job. Right now, we have to pass this bill to avoid a catastrophic default. I will be voting no. I urge my colleagues to do the same.
All time has expired. Questions on the amendment?
Mr. President, ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun.
Yes.
Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. I did, thank you. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Thank you. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. I'm sorry, you're not. Thanks. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Thanks. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran. Sorry. Who? No, I did not. Okay. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker,
3.5 minutes left.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Braun, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Risch, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tuberville, and Vance. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Bozeman, Brown, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Kramer, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Hoven, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, McConnell, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, and Young. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Lummis? Aye. I have you. I have you. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Thank you. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Where? Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Markey, no.
Now you got to get a count. We're not going to do bullet.
On this vote, there are 35 yeas, 62 nays. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. It's majority.
That was 12 minutes. We're getting down to 10. Everyone should be here. Call the vote.
Madam President.
Senator from Kansas is recognized, and the Senate is not in order. Will you please keep your comments quiet?
I call it my amendment number 110 and ask that it be reported by number.
Without objection.
Madam President, I rise in support of Marshall Amendment 110 to put an end.
Senator will suspend. Clerk will report.
Senator from Kansas, Mr. Marshall, proposes an amendment numbered 110.
Senator is recognized.
Madam President, I rise in support of Marshall Amendment 110 to put an end to the culture of lawlessness at our southern border embraced by our President. I cannot in good conscience support this debt limit deal and saddle my grandchildren with this $4 trillion in additional debt. This bill misses the mark, and perhaps what's more frustrating is that it does not give a single cent to securing our border. $0 to addressing the greatest, most immediate national security threat to our nation. This past weekend alone, the Border Patrol made over 13,000 apprehensions. There were over 4,000 gotaways, and they seized 118 pounds of meth, 14 pounds of fentanyl, and apprehended 6 sex offenders and 5 gang members. We have a crisis unfolding at our southern border, and it's happening right now in plain sight. And it's impacting every community across the country. I will not sit here, form committees, and pray about it. We need action today.
Senator's time has expired.
I'm proud to introduce our amendment today and hope you will vote yes and support it. Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from Illinois.
We had a hearing this week in the Judiciary Committee. We had a grower from South Carolina at the guest of Senator Graham. He professes to be the second largest peach grower in America. I asked him point blank, if you had E-Verify on your farm today, what would happen to you and the growers who need workers? He said we'd be out of business tomorrow. That's what your amendment does. It imposes E-Verify on farmers in Kansas and Illinois and all across the United States. We're not ready for this. You're going to put them out of business. And secondly, it strips away all the protections of unaccompanied children at the border. We do not want kids in cages anymore at the border. Please vote against this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Hall, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Thune.
18 seconds over 10 minutes. Yeah.
Aye. Mr. Vance, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 51. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President,
Majority Leader's
10 minutes, 40 seconds. We got 40 seconds to go, and we can get it all at 10.
Senator from Alaska is recognized.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 125 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
Senator
Madam
from
President.
Alaska, Mr. Sullivan proposes an amendment numbered 125.
Madam President, the Fiscal Responsibility Act unfortunately does not meet the moment in terms of defending our nation. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs and others have said we are now in the most dangerous period since any time since World War II, and yet this bill cuts defense spending in inflation-adjusted terms by approximately 3% this year and 5% next year. By endorsing the president's defense budget, this bill shrinks the Navy, shrinks the Army, and shrinks the Marine Corps. Next year, it will take us below 3% of GDP spending for the first time in 25 years.
My amendment does what the Armed Services Committee and this chamber have done in a broad bipartisan manner over the past 2 years. It significantly pluses up the inadequate defense budget submitted by the President. My amendment fully funds the Biden Pentagon's unfunded
Senator's
priorities
time
list
expired.
by $18 billion.
The senator's time has expired.
And it raises, Madam President, I ask unanimous request for 30 seconds more.
Is there an objection?
And for FY25, it raises the defense top line by 5% to simply keep pace with inflation. These increases are offset by rescinding the additional amounts from the President's $80 billion plus-up of the IRS. So, my colleagues, the choice is clear. More Navy ships, soldiers, and Marines to protect America, or more IRS agents to harass Americans. I urge a yes vote on this important amendment.
Senator's time has expired.
Madam President,
Senator from Oregon is recognized.
I oppose the gentleman's amendment, and Senate Democrats will keep this chamber on time. There are 3 important reasons to vote against this amendment. First, it would be an even bigger Republican handout to wealthy tax cheats, nearly $200 billion. Second, at a time when Congress is supposed to be debating fiscal responsibility, this amendment double counts billions and billions of dollars by increasing the deficit with more spending on defense contractors and bigger handouts to wealthy tax cheats. Finally, this Senate should focus on better service to taxpayers, improved information technology, and ending the free ride once and for all for wealthy tax cheats. I urge colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Got you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. On cue. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Braun, did you want to vote on this? Okay. I got you. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Thank you. Yep. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Vance. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sinema, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Vance, aye. Mr. Coons, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 48.
Cost us trillions of dollars.
The Senate is not in order. On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 48. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
40 seconds. Let's keep going.
Madam President.
Senator from Missouri is recognized.
Madam President, in the last 20 years in the state of Missouri, I call up my amendment, number 93, and I ask that it be reported by number. Start with that.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Missouri, Mr. Hawley, proposes an amendment numbered 93.
Madam President, in the last 20 years in the state of Missouri, we have lost 60,000 jobs to the People's Republic of China. That number nationwide is almost 4 million. Our trade deficit with China, as we stand here tonight, is at near record levels, and every dollar of that deficit represents blue-collar jobs destroyed, industry shuttered, manufacturing capacity withering away. I'd submit to you that it is the most important deficit that we face. And we can talk about budget reforms and we can talk about savings here and there, but until we do the work of bringing back productive capacity to this nation and good-paying blue-collar jobs you can raise a family on, we will not put our economy on the basis that we need to address the economic challenges that we face. So my amendment does something very simple. It imposes across-the-board tariffs on China for every year in which we have a trade deficit until that deficit is zero. Bring back jobs to this country.
Senator's time has expired. Senator from Ohio.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to the amendment. As my colleagues know, I take a back seat to no one when it comes to standing up to China. Lindsey Graham and I have been fighting to close the trade deficit for decades. I went to junior high at Johnny Appleseed Junior High in Mansfield, Ohio, with the sons and daughters of machinists and IUE members and steel workers and auto workers and carpenters and millwrights and plumbers and pipe fitters and operating engineers. By the time I was 10 years later, most of these jobs were gone, and so much of industrial America all over the country has been lost because of bad trade policy with China. But you know, Madam President, the People's Republic of China would love for us to pass this amendment, because if it passes, the United States of America will default. They will be rejoicing in Beijing. Stand up to China, vote no on this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gilliram. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Arono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul,
Did you ever see that Barbara Walters interview? Was he twinking while you were working? 5 minutes. So whenever I hear this, I start going, who's he twinking?
Mr. Peters, Mr.
I
Reed,
don't even know who she was interviewing. I can't even remember because it was
Mr.
so
Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock,
Well, maybe somebody will screw us. Yeah, I don't want that. Well, I mean, I'm not looking forward to 7 a.m. but
Ms.
okay.
Warren,
I know, that's what's great about it. Well, that's true. I will be up. I feel like we need to have a
Mr. Welch,
like pajamas.
Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Braun, Britt, Graham, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Lummis, Marshall, Mullen, Ricketts, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tuberville, Vance. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Bozeman, Brown, Budd, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Homan, Johnson, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Lee, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, McConnell, Merkley, Moran, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Sullivan, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, Young. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 17, the nays are 81. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President. We're slipping a little. 11 minutes. Let's stay in our seats.
Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam President, could we have order in the Senate?
The Senate is not in order.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 104 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk, report the amendment by number.
Senator from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy, proposes an amendment numbered 104.
Madam President.
The Senate will be noticed that there are 6 minutes equally divided for this amendment under the previous agreement.
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana.
The American people are the most generous people in the world. In our country, if you are hungry, we will feed you. If you are homeless, we will try to house you. If you're sick, we'll pay for your doctor. And I'm very proud of that, and I know you are too. Could we have order, Madam President?
The Senate is not in order. Please take your conversations to the cloakroom.
However, Madam President, those who can work should work. Those who can work should work. A person without a job is not healthy, not happy, and not free. And history has demonstrated that the best social program is a job. The best social program is a job. Free enterprise has lifted more people out of poverty than all the social programs put together. So while we should continue to be generous to our neighbors as Americans, we also need to repeat and repeat often. Those who can work should work. My amendment would make the food stamp work requirement in this bill permanent. It would remove the sunset. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, the great news is we have a robust economy growing, more small businesses opening, the lowest unemployment rate in a generation, and we all want people to be able to work. Let me speak to the reality of what is in this bill. First of all, we have had work requirements for people who are single adults with no dependents since the 90s. If you don't work, if you're not in school, the most you can qualify for is 3 months worth of SNAP within 3 years. That's current law. $6 a day is what we're talking about. This bill extends that out in terms of the age of the number of people required to be in school or in work, with certainly important exemptions for our seniors, for our veterans, and our homeless. And it's in place till 2030. So here's my question. How do you tell your constituents that you're willing to default, create a catastrophic default now that will raise their unemployment, cost us jobs, raise interest rates, and so on, because you want to change something that's going to be in place till 2030. 2030, we've got plenty of time to revisit it at that point. This is a bipartisan agreement. I would just suggest it's very irresponsible for us to change something here that we know the House is gone, we're going to go into default, we make a change and say it's because we wanted something to be extended beyond 2030. I would suggest we give this a chance, evaluate it. I would suggest we vote no.
Is there further debate?
Yes, Madam President.
The Senate has 1 minute, 11 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I think we all know that the June 5 deadline is a fiction. It is. We know that. We know that the Treasury Secretary can take special measures to extend the deadline until the middle of June, when tax revenues will come in. I understand the need to go ahead and act, but we all know that. Let me say it again, Madam President. Those who can work should work. Those who can work should work. And that's all my amendment does. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there further debate? Not. The question is on the amendment. Is there sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 51. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
10.5 minutes. We're getting a little better than last time. Let's get it down to 10. Stay here. We're all getting to know each other nicely.
The senator from Arkansas is recognized. If we could, the senator from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam President, I call up my amendment 106 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton, proposes an amendment numbered 106.
Colleagues, this bill has budget caps for domestic and defense spending. I don't like the defense number in this year. I like it even less next year. That's why I'm opposing it. But it also has a much worse provision. It has a 1% automatic reduction. That is based on last year's omnibus, not the caps on this bill. Let me restate that. Last year's omnibus, not this bill. So if we go to a continuing resolution on October 1, which we almost always do, domestic spending will go up by $61 billion, while defense goes down by $27 billion. Not the caps in this bill. If the sequester of 1% kicks in, domestic spending will go up by $61 billion, and defense will go down by $37 billion. Progressives will get more welfare for grown men who refuse to work while defense is slashed. Think about the incentives this gives to the Democratic leader when it comes to appropriations bills. I ask for a simple change in this amendment. The caps the sequester should be based on the caps that you're about to agree to, not last year's spending bill. I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington
Madam
is
President,
recognized.
I rise in opposition to the senator's amendment. Our defense spending is critical, but so are our investments to combat fentanyl, rebuild American manufacturing, especially for things like chips, improve access to childcare, early learning, and a lot more. We cannot shortchange our investments in families and our country's future, and the underlying bill will already force painful cuts. This amendment would make it so the consequences of failing to pass our appropriations bills falls heavily on our non-defense programs, and that will hurt our families across the country. Let me be clear, we will not let that happen. None of us want to end up in a situation where we have a CR in the first place. That is exactly why I am committed to making sure we write the strongest 12 funding bills possible and get them passed in a timely way. This amendment would set us back even further and target the programs that are a lifeline for working people in this country. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina,
Mr. Shaheen, Ms. Cinema,
Or even a lozenge.
Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow,
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
You have Ricketts?
Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McConnell, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Vance, and Wicker. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? Senator from North Carolina is recognized. Senate is not in order.
Madam President, I ask to call up Senate Amendment 134 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
Senator from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, proposes amendment number 134.
Madam President, I ask the Senate be in order.
The Senate is not in order. Please take your conversations to the cloakroom.
Thank you, Madam President. On March 13th of 2020, the federal government declared a national emergency concerning the COVID-19 pandemic. More than 3 years later, on May 11th, 2023, that declaration ended. And yet to this day, billions of COVID dollars throughout the federal government remain unspent. So let's be clear. Each and every one of those dollars came from a hard-working taxpayer, from a working family's budget. That's why my amendment would rescind an additional $17 billion of unspent COVID money. If we really want the Fiscal Responsibility Act to live up to its name, the least we can do is to rescind the taxpayer dollars that remain to fight a pandemic that everyone knows is over. Every taxpayer dollar is sacred and should be treated that way. I yield the floor.
Morgan is recognized.
I rise in opposition. And Madam President, the bipartisan package importantly negotiated between Speaker McCarthy and President Biden in fact makes specific rescissions to unused COVID funds while protecting important funding for programs that are still necessary to support our communities. This amendment, colleagues, goes beyond the McCarthy-Biden agreement. This amendment would take an axe to nearly all of the funding in the Recovery Act and several other COVID bills, even if the communities are still depending or planning on using that money. Blue states or red states, pass this amendment and you risk default. I strongly urge a vote against this amendment.
The question is on the amendment. The senator has 5 seconds.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Thank you. I got you. Thank you. Thanks. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy. Did he say no? Thank you. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey. Thank you. Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Thanks. Thank you. Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Padilla? Mr. Lee, aye. I did. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Harper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 52. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President.
920. Let's beat it.
Madam President.
Senator from Utah's.
Madam President, I call my amendment number 98 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, proposes an amendment number 98.
Madam President, this amendment is simple. It strikes Section 265 of this bill. Section 263 creates a regulatory pay-go measure. But Section 265 nullifies that by giving outright complete discretion to the director of OMB, who, by the way, just announced day before yesterday from the White House that she would use this effectively to nullify the regulatory pay-as-you-go measure. Please support my amendment. I yield the rest of my time to the senator from Louisiana.
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam President, it's late and I will be candid. To my colleagues, I say that not a single one of you is a dummy. Not a single one of your mothers raised a fool. And if she did, it was one of your siblings. We all know that a pay-go requirement for a regulation that can be waived by the proponent of the regulation is meaningless. This amendment will provide that the pay-go requirement
Senator's
cannot
time
be
has
waived.
expired.
Madam President.
Senator from Michigan is recognized.
Madam President, the Lee Amendment is an unnecessary roadblock to this bipartisan deal, and it would interfere with the delivery of essential government services in times of need. If adopted, this amendment would prevent agencies from exercising discretion and acting quickly in times of need, such as during a national emergency or natural disaster. The government must be able to provide essential services to the public, and it's important to promote offsets and save taxpayer dollars. We understand that, but we must also ensure that the American people receive the services they need and protect our economy. And that's why we must vote to quickly pass this bipartisan bill without amendment to avoid a catastrophic default. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Lee amendment.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Paul, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Braun, Aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Vance. Mr. Vance, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. The yeas are 48, the nays are 51. The amendment is not agreed to. Senator from Virginia is recognized.
Amendment 101 and ask that be reported by number.
Clerk will report by number.
Senator from Virginia, Mr. Kane, proposes amendment number 101.
I ask unanimous consent that there be 4 minutes equally divided prior to the vote on my amendment, with Senators Capito and Manchin each controlling 1 minute in opposition.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I rise to offer an amendment that would do something.
The Senate is not in order. The senator will hold, please. Will senators please take their conversations to the cloakroom?
I rise to offer an amendment to strip a single provision out of this bill, the provision greenlighting the Mountain Valley Pipeline. I offer my amendment for 3 reasons. First, this provision that would put Congress's thumb on a permitting scale is completely unrelated to the debt ceiling and should not be included in this bill. Second,
the Senate is not in order. Please take your conversations to the cloakroom.
Second, I object on behalf of Virginia landowners. If you could build a pipeline in midair, that's one thing, but the only way to build it is to use eminent domain to take people's land. Virginians don't want to have their land taken for a pipeline unless there is a thorough process where they have all the rights accorded to them by law, administrative agency, and judicial review. Cutting off those rights is disrespectful to these landowners who, in this part of the state, sometimes land's all they have and it's been in their family for generations. Finally, this bill would strip jurisdiction of a case away from the Fourth Circuit in the middle of the case. That's unprecedented and historic. I used to try cases all the time in this circuit. I lost them and I would appeal them. But I wouldn't try to get Congress to strip jurisdiction away from the court because I was unhappy. No everyday person gets this deal. No criminal defendant gets this deal. No small business gets this deal. Nobody gets this deal, and we shouldn't give it to some company just because they're powerful and they have influence in Congress. For these reasons, I ask for a yes vote on my amendment.
Madam President.
Senator from West Virginia is recognized.
Yes, Madam President, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This Mountain Valley pipeline is an important infrastructure. It has been vetted numerous times. It has all permits that are from the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, the Fish and Wildlife, the Bureau of Land Management. These are all permits through both administrations, both Biden and Trump administrations, that have already been offered. They are in a judicial hellhole right now where they can't get out. This is absolutely essential to the Eastern Seaboard. It is jobs and tax revenues in the state of West Virginia, and I think this is an opportunity for us to cut through this red tape and move forward with a very essential infrastructure package.
Madam President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Madam President, I also rise in opposition. 8 years, 3 administrations, this project has been under review. 8 times NEPA, 8 times between NEPA reviews, 3 times to every agency. This has been reviewed more than anything in the United States of America. The people in this southeastern part of the country, especially in the Carolinas, are paying sometimes 10 times more for gas because of the shortages during severe weather. This is critical for the people of this country. If you believe in energy security, if you believe in energy independence, and you believe that we should be the superpower of the world, this helps us do that. It puts more product in the market than anything that we have available. This will be up and running in 6 months. 6 months. Already 293 miles already built. We only have 20 more miles to go to finish it. It's time to finish this project. Please vote no on this amendment by my friend, who we respectfully disagree with. Thank you.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Cotton, aye.
Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. I did, sorry. Mr. Booker. Mr. Boozman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman. Ms. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cardin, Cotton, Graham, Heinrich, Johnson, Kane, Lee, Marshall, Menendez, Merkley, Paul, Sanders, Van Hollen, Warner, and Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Britt, Brown, Capito, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Durbin, Ernst, Feinstein, Fetterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hoeven, Heidsmith, Kelly, King, Lankford, Manchin, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schatz, Schmidt, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sinema, Stabenow, Sullivan, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Warnock, and Wicker. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Braun? No. Mr. Wyden? Aye. Ms. Smith? Aye. Ms. Cantwell? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Young, no. Padilla, Rosen. Five. You're in, right? Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Yep. But now I gotta, God bless it. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 30, the nays are 69. The amendment is not agreed to. Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam President, could we have order?
Senate is not in order.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 102 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
Senator from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy, proposes an amendment numbered 102.
And on this amendment, there is 6 minutes equally divided.
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is the last amendment of the evening. I have 3 minutes. I can read a room and I can count votes. This amendment would require states to use the most up-to-date unemployment data for waivers of food stamp work requirements. Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from Michigan is recognized.
Madam President, I will be equally brief. The good news is it's already required by law. This is a total duplication. States must already provide up-to-date employment data in order to measure if they hit a 10% unemployment rate in order to get a state waiver. This is unnecessary. Please do not risk a default of our country on language that is already in the law. Would you accept a voice vote? Would my friend accept a voice vote?
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
I will accept a voice vote.
Thank you.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. No. The amendment is not agreed to. Under the previous...
President, first, I want to thank everybody for cooperating. I think we got the most votes in the least time. Second, and more importantly, we're about to vote on something so important to the country, and so many of us on both sides of the aisle will know that if we do this, we will not default. That is very, very important. Thank you for your cooperation. The next vote is Tuesday at 5 p.m. 5:30, excuse me.
Under the previous order, the bill is considered read a third time. The question occurs on the passage of H.R. 3746. Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Bozeman, Brown, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Kramer, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, McConnell, Menendez, Mullen, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden, Young. Mr. Moran, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Braun, Budd, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Markey, Marshall, Merkley, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rubio, Sanders, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tuberville, Vance, Warren, Wicker. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Cassidy, no.
Yes.